I apologize. We're a little late getting started, which is just really, really unusual, as most of you know who come often. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for Thursday, January the 10th. If you have a cell phone with you, now would be a good time to shut it off. I'm going to do the same thing so it doesn't go off in the middle of the meeting. For those of you who are joining us for the first time or who don't come here every other Thursday, the way this works is we're going to conduct a little business here at the beginning, a little housekeeping, and then we'll get to the cases that we're going to hear individually. And when we do that, we'll call each of the applicants forward, give us their name and address, and tell us what it is that they're asking for, or to explain to us what their application is. We may have questions of them. If there are other persons present who want to speak, we'll call on them to come forward and kind of go through the same drill, give us their name and address for the record, and give us their thoughts. We may have questions for them as well. Then we may have some discussion amongst ourselves. And at that point, we'll vote on each item in turn. So let's start. First item is the receipt of the minutes of the December 13th Planning Commission meeting.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to receive the minutes of the December 13th, 2018 meeting. Would you cast your votes, please? We're almost. Oh, we're just one off a little bit. Okay, there we go. Welcome. Okay, so there's that. We have continuance requests. These are items that appear on the agenda but will not be heard today.
Okay, on the agenda there are 9 items under uncontested requests for continuance. I'm going to read them in for the record. We have 3 items requesting to continue to January 24th. That would be item B26 on the agenda for case CE 981, item B27 for case SP 514, and item B28 for case V18. We have 4 cases requesting to be deferred to February 14th meeting. That would be item B29 for case SPUD 1098, item B30 for case SPUD 1100, item B31 for case CE 979, and item B32 for case PUD 1705. We also have item B33 on the agenda requesting to be deferred to February 28th for case C7047, and item B34 on the agenda for case PC 10547 is withdrawn.
Is there anybody here who thought that they weren't wanting to be heard on any of those items today? If not, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to continue items 26 through 34. Would you cast your votes, please? They are continued.
Staff also received 4 new requests for continuance for item B16 on the agenda for case SPUD 1085 to defer to March 14th, 2019. Item B21 for case PUD 1704 to defer to January 24th. Item B22 for case C7041 also to January 24th. And item B23 for case PUD 1693 to defer to February 14th.
Is there anybody here who thought they were going to be heard on any of those items today? If not, I'll take a motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue items 16 and 21 through 23. I've somehow gotten my 17 stuck in here, which is not a good thing. No. Would you cast your votes, please? They are continued. We have the consent docket. These are items that are recommended for approval, for which we've received no protest, and for which approval seems fairly routine, so we vote on them as a packet.
And there are 6 items on the consent docket, so for the record, I'm going to read them in. Item 1 is case PC 10-557, that's to rezone 201 Northeast 13th Street from the R3 district to the O1 office district. Item 2 is case PC 10-558 to rezone 10-801 West Garnet from the I1 industrial district to I2. Item 3 is case C-7043, which is the final plat of Royal Garden. Item 4 is case C-7045, which is the final plat of Route 66 Landing Phase 3. Item 5 is case C-7046, the final plat of Brookstone Ridge Phase 4. And item 6 is case C-7048, the final plat of Featherstone Addition, Section 13.
Is there anybody here who thought they would like to be heard on any of those items today? If not, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve items 7 through 11. Would you cast your votes, please? No, that's not right. 1 through 6. Would you cast your votes, please? They are approved. So items requiring separate votes. We'll start with item 7.
And item 7 is case PUD SP 1665A. This is for a specific plan pursuant to PUD 1665 located at 8300 North Broadway Extension.
Would you come forward, please? Are you the applicant? As you're coming to the microphone, I want to just tell staff I really liked the way you laid out this staff report. It was very clear and concise and easy to follow item by item the way it was. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Could you give us your name and
Greetings.
address,
My name
please?
is Hans Butzer. I'm the architect of the project. Butzer Architects and Urbanism.
Is there anything that we especially need to know about this one?
Well, it's an exceptional client requesting approval for this project, DeLisi Brothers, Inc. Been in Oklahoma City for over 100 years, anchoring the corner of Northwest Broadway and 13th Street. They are now prepared to move their headquarters up to this new location. The project is proudly built of concrete. It is built to last, hence the name, the next 100 years. It is intended to be a very urban building, well-scaled, with a wide range of uses of concrete in a way that's well-proportioned to house all 150 DeLisi employees. It has a very clear front that engages people as they drive eastwards from the highway. It's a very strong anchoring element. Formal entrance is on the west. Visitor parking along the south. In terms of parallel parking, there is a drop-off on the west, and then all the employee parking is on the east, with a major entrance on that east end as well.
Is there anyone else present who wants to be heard on this item? Commissioners, do we have any questions or concerns, thoughts we'd like to share? If not, I'll take a motion.
Move my mic up, make sure I can get heard today. I think it's a great project. I did want to ask, if I can be so bold to ask, what DeLisi is planning to do with their old land that they used to be on?
With their existing building,
Yeah.
where they currently are located.
If that might be public.
Jeff, you want to come forward?
Would you come up and give us your name and address, please, just so we have it for our record?
Jeff Seeliger with DeLisi Brothers Company. We intend to put the property up for sale and probably the next couple of months.
Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing it hopefully land in some good hands and
Yeah,
get redeveloped. Cool.
thank you.
When is it appropriate to include a specific plan on the consent docket as opposed to a separate item?
We've asked staff not to put them on the consent.
I thought we had it. I'm just curious as to why. I don't remember why.
Well, I think there's a certain design element involved in that. It's not just an administrative approval. Also, sometimes, and kind of more frequently as we go along, we ask applicants to defer decision on specific matters, signage or placement of specific things. Sometimes they're landscaping and so on. So I think it's important for us, for them not to be included under consent, for them to be, available for us to review more fully.
I think it's more applicable in longer-term, big box, large developments, so that as part of the process, developers, representatives of developers will several times say, you'll get to see this again when we come back to you for the specific plan. So it does allow us to have another look at things as they go along, to say, okay, this is what we said back when we approved, and this is what we're doing, so here it is. Especially for as Janice said, like signage and longer-term projects, it does give us another look.
So that's why.
Thanks.
Where are we? We have a motion and a second? Have we voted? Where are we?
I don't think we do, but I'll make the motion to approve.
I now have a motion and a second to approve item number 7. Would you cast your votes, please? It is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank
day.
you. We look forward to seeing it.
As do we.
Item 8 is CE 983. This application is to remove a deed restriction for the Santa Fe Plaza area because of the city's sale of the Santa Fe parking garage to private use.
I have a question about this item. Sometimes things are held, in trust for the public by the city. And before we can dispose of them, we have to declare them surplus, and that's a little bit different because it's a deed restriction. Are we comfortable with this process?
So I think that this is the process that was, as part of the sale of the Santa Fe parking garage, that the title insurance company, so the tower with the elevators obviously encroaches into our public easement, and that easement is only for a public use. And with the private sale of the parking garage, we need a mechanism, and this was the best way the title insurance company thought to do this was to alleviate that public use requirement just for that specific spot where the elevator bank is.
And municipal councilors comfortable with this approach? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone present who thought that they would want to be heard on this item today? Do we have any comments or questions or thoughts about this? Is there anybody actually here to present this application? No? City of Oklahoma City. We'll just take it on ourselves, I guess.
Well, stop looking at me. I don't know who the city of Oklahoma City is right now.
I thought Laura McDevitt did a great job presenting that application just now.
Yeah, you did. You did a great job of presenting that. Thank you very much. Okay, well then, I will take a motion from somebody.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve item number 8. Would you cast your votes, please? It is approved.
Item number 9 is KCE 982. This is to close a utility easement along Western Avenue to Classen Boulevard for the Oklahoma City Public Schools Administration Building.
Hello, I'm Alec Bass with Wallace Engineering, representing the applicant today. Pretty simple application. Once you get the site map pulled up, you'll see there's an existing building on this site that abuts the south edge of the easement, which was an old alley running through it, in between Classen and Western and 5th and 6th Streets. You got to pull it up. There we go. And the alley was vacated in 1974. At this time, Oklahoma City Public Schools has purchased the property, wants to put a building addition on the north side. We are relocating the sanitary sewer around the south side of the building. We've already got those plans approved through OKC Utilities. No objections from any other franchise or public utilities coming through there. So, available for questions.
So staff report indicates that the alley was previously vacated, so...
The alley was vacated and an easement remained in place, so that allowed them to took away the public use and have a private parking lot there, and now at this time, we'd like to put a building across where that easement is, so we are vacating the easement.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on this item today? Commissioners? Comments, questions, concerns, motions?
Make a motion to recommend approval on CE 982.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 9. Cast your votes, please. It is approved.
Item 10 is SP 515. This is a special permit to operate a commercial blood bank, a commercial blood center at 4275 Northwest 63rd Street.
Hello, my name is Jeff Terrace. I represent JCW Development, and we're here on behalf of our client, BioLife Plasma Services, and we are requesting the special permit for a plasma collection facility.
This seems like an odd place for something like this. Am I just mistaken about that?
No, actually, a couple things are driving the trend. A couple things worth pointing out. One, just with the retail climate that it's in right now, with the bricks and mortar retail, there's been a lot more vacant retail boxes needing to be backfilled that we're able to move into. Another thing driving the decision to go into these vacant retail spaces is we found that the clients that come to donate, 80% of the money that's paid to the clients, and that's about $3 million a year from the average facility, about 80% of that is spent within the community where the facility is located. So if this facility holds up to just our average numbers that we're seeing across the country, that's about $2.4 million worth of money that would be spent in the local area. And the way we know that is we don't pay cash. We pay in the form of a prepaid debit card, if you will. So as a result, when those cards are redeemed, we're able to track where they're redeemed at. We don't know exactly what they bought, but we're able to see where they spent the money, and we're finding that, grocery stores, Ross, Marshalls, those types of retailers are very popular among our donors to spend the money on.
Interesting.
You'll recall a couple of years ago we had, I believe, the Blood Center took over a large vacant space down on
Almonte, maybe
was it out to Almonte? I couldn't remember, Southwest 59th or I-240 and Penn or May, down there in that area, which
That's
was
the Octapharma space. Yes.
Yeah, similar repurposing of a former retail operation, which, frankly, I know this particular space has sat vacant for a while. That's in the building there with Jason's and some of the other.
My understanding is it was a Joanne Fabrics a while ago, and Joanne vacated Dollar Tree, I believe it is, took a piece of the Joanne, and then there's still a vacant piece between what's now Dollar Tree and Academy is the space in question that we're looking at.
And there's so for retail uses, there's the large Academy, there's the tag agency. State will appreciate that. There's the gym, Jason's Deli, Outback, and so it kind of fits the mold based on what he said for the continuing use. Large parking lot, plenty of parking, plenty of access. I think it's, I don't have any issues with it personally.
Is there anybody else here who wishes to be heard on this item today? Commissioners?
Hearing no other comments, I'll move approval of item number 10.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 10. Cast your votes, please. It is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11 is PC 10552 to rezone 2910 South Blackwell Welder Avenue from R2 to I-1 Industrial.
Good afternoon. Ali Daim is my name. I put a Castroville. What I'm trying to accomplish with this vacant land, which is basically has been used as a public dump and running the homeless off every day and paying about $150 a week to keep it clean. Thinking of investing into putting a ice machine, twice ice machine, by helping the community and creating revenue for a state, city, and myself, my business.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this item today? Commissioners, do we have any questions, concerns, comments?
Just to, I guess, remind the other commissioners, this one had been in a couple times, and originally it was, the request from the applicant was for it to be an I-1, and staff recommended that it be instead a NB, Neighborhood Business District zoning. And with that change, we can recommend approval, and I'm fine with it as such. So unless anybody else has any issues with what they see, I'm ready to make an approval. Okay. I make a motion to recommend approval of PC 10552 to City Council.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve item number 11. Would you cast your votes, please? It is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12 is SPUD 1096 to rezone 6620 North Sooner Road from the AA Agricultural District to SPD 1096.
Hello. Sorry about that. My name is Kima Dean. I'm here asking for...
Would you pull it down just a little bit?
Okay. Better?
Yes, you have a very soft voice. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kima Dean, and I'm here for rezoning at 6620 North Center Road. I just purchased this property from my uncle. It has sentimental value to me due to the fact that I was raised at 6612 North Harrison Boulevard, and my grandparents owned that property. They are both now deceased, and it wasn't distributed the way it was supposed to, and so I had just purchased my uncle so that I could have something, and I'm really wanting to relocate and put me a house out there so I can get away from my 2 daughters and my grandbabies. So I'm seeking for approval for a rezoning so that I can put me a residential home or have a house moved on that property and renovate it.
Commissioners, do you have any comments about this one?
Quick question. Were you able to get all of your questions answered? I know that in the staff report that we got, it said there are technical evaluations. Were you able to talk to staff about that and make sure that you're okay with that?
Yes, I did speak with them, and they did assist me. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Is there anybody else here who wishes to be heard on this item today? If not, Commissioners?
I move to recommend approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 12. Would you cast your votes, please? It is approved.
Thank you so much.
Item 13 is SPUD 1097 to rezone 1117 Northwest 15th Street from the R3, C4, and O1 Office District to SPUD 1097.
Good afternoon, Patrick Struble, 1515.
Hold on just a second. I would if I were you.
I'm recusing myself from this item because Jeff and Patrick Struble, God blanked there for a second, are a past client on this same project. So, thanks.
So as
I'm
Asa
sorry.
said, Patrick Struble, 1515 Northwest 16th Street. And I'll be representing Jeff for this.
There's a little bit of confusion in my mind about what this project actually is. Why don't you give us a big picture?
So as you can see from the site plan, we are, track 2, we are wanting to put more density on that, so 2 single-family houses for sale. And then on track 1, there is going to be just a single-family home. And then we're tract 3. There currently is one home right now, but in the future, possibility of some more dense building and something in the back there to match tract 2. So our big things on this were really just setbacks. And then I would like to bring up, there was one typo we would like to change. Number 7, when it comes to site-proof screening. If we do not do the stem wall, we would like to be able to do that fence at a maximum of 12 feet high, just in case we don't have to do the stem wall. So that's one thing we would like to change. We have talked to staff, and we were kind of wanting on the south side of tract 2 a 0 foot setback. They're wanting a 10. We're able to work that out to kind of split the difference and have a 5-foot setback on that.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dense. I'm looking at this. I don't see a tract 2. Where is it that we're actually talking about?
So there's where you see the 2 homes. There's the really big one in the back. It says tract 1, and on the right side that's tract 2, and then on the left side of that is tract 1. Tract 3.
The line work kind of hides it a little bit. The track 2 designation.
Oh, this smaller piece is tract 2. I see. I see. So there's nothing on tract 3 currently?
Sorry?
There's nothing on tract 3 currently?
Yes, there's currently a home there. It's kind of the box.
Kind of in the middle of the tract?
Yeah, correct. So right where the T is, you can see there's a box there, and that is the current footprint of the home.
Okay, but what shows here as shaded is what you're constructing?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And we're talking about 4 individual?
A total of 3.
A total of 3. So 1, 2. The one on tract 1 is all one thing?
Correct. And that is currently being constructed. We have been approved for that. On that one, we had to use the 50-foot of frontage on tract 2 to build that, because you have to have that to build a home. So now we are having to split that so then we can start developing on tract 2.
And your access is going to be from sort of a ringed road there?
Through the alleys, correct.
And it'll come, will it go all the way around or just between the tracks?
Access to the home on tract 2. So, so the house on tract 2, they will be accessed from the alley off of 15th Street. I don't know if you can see the driveways, but the first most, you could say, house on the bottom of the page will be accessed from the right or the east. Okay. And then the house above that, that's a little more north on tract 2, will be accessed from the north. So using the alleys, correct.
Okay. But then the alley actually does go up and all the way around, or does it just go through the kind of looping driveway on tract 3?
No, on tract 1, there's an alley that goes all the way around that house.
I'm sorry, on tract 1.
Mm-hmm.
It goes all the way around.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay. And will it take access out to the west then onto?
Klassen?
Is that Klein?
The west. So there is an alley there. We don't plan on using that. But there is an alley there. So there's an alley that branches off in most every direction from that lot.
But you're not going to improve all of them?
No, we've worked with staff, and we've worked out kind of the improving of the alleys with them.
Okay. And so how many of them will there be that you will improve? My drawing here has some fainter lines and some stronger lines. It's a little hard to tell. Is there just the single drive off of 15th?
And what we've decided with staff is that we are just going to kind of top dress the alleys, and they were okay with that. So we're not going to be paving the alleys or anything like that. There is currently gravel on them right now, and that's how we are going to keep them.
Really?
And we've talked with staff about that and with engineering, and they are they've approved us for that, and they said that's fine.
Are we talking about meeting our current pervious pavement requirements here, or, because the alleys right now are a mess?
The alleys currently right now are broken asphalt and some gravel. They're working with Public Works to get approval to add gravel to that to bring them up to where they could access them.
According to our pervious
Yes.
paving standards?
According to Public Works approval, yes. Public Works standards.
I don't know what I think about that. Is there anybody else here who wants to be heard on this item? I have one person signed up. Give us just a minute, if you would, please.
Jessica Thompson. I live at 1414 Northwest 14th Street in Oklahoma City. The Struples came to a neighborhood meeting prior with a different idea of the development, and we discussed, and they decided to scratch that, and they came out with this new development, and I just want to say I like this development. I like that it's going to be houses instead of townhomes. That was one thing that neighbors kind of had an issue with, was the townhomes and the pool that was going to go in there. But now with the homes being in there, we're more excited. I'm more excited about that, so that's all I had to say.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions about this? I don't feel like I have a really good, strong grip on what we're talking about here, but...
Mr. Struble, are you in agreement with the 4 technical evaluations recommended by staff?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
4 technical evaluations recommended by staff, are you in agreement with those?
Which word will you read those off? I have the not updated one.
The adjacent alley shall be improved subject to review and approval of the Public Works Department, which we just talked about.
Currently, yes.
The south building setback on track 2 shall be 10 feet.
Like I just said earlier, we have split the difference, and we've agreed on 5 on that.
We have. South building in track 2 shall face northwest 15th Street, and the screening in track 1 shall not exceed 8 feet in height. So we're in agreement on these discrepancies.
The setback, there's a house to the west that's less than 5 feet. The house to the east is more than 25 feet. So the 5 feet kind of splits the difference. So we're okay with that.
So we would amend TE2 then to 5 feet. And the other TEs I read off you're in agreement with?
So again, with the fencing or the screening, we would like
10 and 2, or is that what you're talking about with the wall and then the 10 feet on top of that?
Correct, yeah. So I would
12 without.
So it currently could be up to 12 feet. I would like to say, instead of like, if we didn't do the stem wall, it could only be 10 feet right now, but I'd like to say in total distance, it can be a total of 12 feet, whether we have a stem wall or not.
Well, just for the sake of discussion, if we were to amend the MDS, would we say or, one or the other? Is that how staff would prefer that an amendment like that get made on the site proof screening?
He's at 12. We're at 10, which is already 2 feet taller than what the code allows.
And I have a picture of what we have. It's really an architectural detail. If you guys would like to see it, it's not just like a regular fence. I have pictures here.
By all means.
Sorry?
Yes, we would like to see it.
What?
Hello? I said hello.
So it's more of like a architectural green wall, green screening for kind of a focal point for the pool that's going to be on that residential home. So it's not your typical just kind of big wood fence. And that will only be on the west side of that property.
What is it exactly?
So it is a green screening, or like a green barrier. So it's going to be built of steel and then let vines and kind of some really nice plants grow on it. So it's an architectural design.
I'm sorry. I just have to say, you're going to have to bring us better pictures, because Nobody on this side of the thing knows what it is, so.
Well, that's all
Just for
we
your
have.
next application, that's a do better recommendation, okay?
Correct, yeah. So there's steel poles coming up with some nice vines or other vegetation growing on it.
What would be between the poles?
Open space. It's a very small amount of space that I cannot go through.
No, I mean, what are the vines growing on is what I'm asking you.
The steel poles going up.
What is between this steel pole and 10 feet away, this steel pole that allows the vines to grow up?
So kind of like what you see, like the steel wire kind of coming down and other kind of green screens. So we're still like on the development on with the landscape architect on this. So this is all he's given us for this part, but this is what we're going off of.
Picture the green fencing. When I say green, I mean natural plant material at Northwest 63rd and Lake After Parkway as you're getting off, going southbound on the right-hand side. That vine has grown up over 3 or 4 years, and now it's a green wall. Mm-hmm. Right? Mr. Struble? You
Correct, sir. Yes.
Although that one is actually like a cyclone fence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a metal lattice fence with posts. Yep.
Yeah, I would not be okay with that.
Want to know for the record, this side of the horseshoe figured it out from the drawing. Collectively. Mr. Pennington, Mr. LaForge, and myself.
So my question to you was, what is between the poles? You answered me by saying poles. You answered him by saying wire.
Correct. I didn't know what you're talking about, but where the green is actually growing, it's like a very thin metal wire coming down, and that's what the plants can grow up so they can latch onto.
So it's a metal lattice work in between the poles?
Correct, yes.
Kind of like a chain link fence, only...
No, it's nicer than a chain link fence, though, but similar structure, but it's not a chain link fence.
But will it be green all year long, or will it, during the wintertime, die off and be...
There's definitely like evergreen vines that could be used on this, so it could be green all year long, yes.
I got to say, we've spent way too much time on this green screen for all these poor people sitting out here when all we want is site-proof screening. I mean, I'm just telling you, everybody in the crowd's looking at us like we're a bunch of morons, and I don't blame them. So I don't think that you presented your plan sufficiently for me to understand exactly what you're talking about, or in a way that I would suggest is suitable for me to agree to. So that's just my view.
I have to agree with that statement, frankly. I don't necessarily have a generalized conceptual problem with what you're presenting. I'm just not sure we have sufficient language to control that, to make sure that's what we end up with, and or a good idea of what in fact we'll have when we're done. A green screen is a fine thing if it actually is green and stays green and works and all of that, but in the absence of a little bit more information, I'm not entirely comfortable with altering the TA.
Well, what if other information?
Right.
Well, what if?
And if it's intended to be impenetrable, that's one thing. If it's wires growing up that may or may not have plant material on them half the year, that's something else.
Okay, so there are evergreen vines that will be growing on it. So, like, what other information would sway or give you enough information to make a decision on this? I feel like this is a very good conceptual plan of what we're going to go off of. I just don't know what other details could be given.
Well, I'm still inclined that this thing ultimately looks as though what Commissioner Hinkle described as a chain link fence with vines.
Well, you could say chain link cannot be used on this fencing.
Well, it'll still be a chain link. I mean, it will ultimately be a chain link fence.
Well, whether it's chain link or not is not...
It won't be chain link, but it'll have the same capabilities as a chain link.
If I might offer
Yes.
something, is the landscape ordinance allows for the substitution of site-proof screening to include plant material in it. It describes the manner that the plant material must be planted to provide an impervious visual barrier that remains that way, evergreen, throughout the year. So if it would help to maybe use the same language that the landscape ordinance allows for site-proof screening in your application.
It would be fine.
I'll be where were you 10 minutes ago?
And we would be okay with saying that, I'm sure.
I think if we just want to make reference to the code and loop back to that, that would be fine with me.
That'd be fine.
Is staff satisfied on the height issue? Did we ever resolve that?
No, we have not.
Okay.
So I think that's on us. We're either going to give them 12 feet or we're not.
Well, and it allows for 12 feet if we have a stem wall, so it's,
But you were asking for it to be a simple foot limitation without reference to the stem.
whether
Did I
or
not
not we have a
understand
stem
that
wall.
correctly?
Correct, yes.
So what's your pleasure, commissioners?
I'll go out and say that the 8 feet technical evaluation seems to be reasonable to me, with or without the stem wall. I think we should just apply the technical evaluation as drafted by staff.
8 foot's the minimum, right?
Yeah.
He's asking for 12.
I know.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm just saying I think the staff's technical evaluation I agree with.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I think I do too, so. Somebody want to make a motion?
Okay, I'll make a run at it. I'll make a motion to recommend approval on SPUD 1097 with the amendment that we alter the site-proof screening and landscaping portions to include the code reference that Aubrey articulated. Do we have a code reference by chance?
It is section 59.
That's what I thought. But you're going to work with staff to address that issue, so we're comfortable that we know what needs to go in there. Okay. And then the amendment of TE number 2 to say the south building setback on track 2 shall be 5 feet.
Okay. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number, I've lost my, 13, are we? Would you cast your votes, please? It's approved.
Thank you.
Item 14, where's my microphone? Is it working? Can you guys hear me?
We can.
I hear myself. Okay, item 14, SPUD 1099 to rezone 1515 North Portland Avenue from C3 and O1 districts to SPUD 1099.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Howell-Dowd, and I own the building at 1515 North Portland, and I am looking to split the building up into a secondary address as a Suite A or Suite B and open a new business within that as a cidery, and we'll produce hard cider from that location and use it to ferment and then also distribute from there.
I met with the applicant to talk about this, and I have to say I'm kind of excited about this idea. Not a beer drinker, so those kind of tap rooms don't do anything for me. The idea of a cidery is kind of interesting and unique, and will provide kind of a good use of some additional space in a building her business already occupies. Is there anybody else here who wants to be heard on this? You got anybody else drop off any giant truckloads of apples?
No, but some orchards that are committed to giving apples here in Oklahoma, so that's great.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
Yeah.
Commissioners, do we have any comments or questions for the applicant? Somebody want to make a motion?
Stout, are you, and you're okay with the screening requirements on the dumpster and the fencing on the vegetation requirements? Those okay
So
with
the
you?
dumpster is screened already, and then the trees and stuff that are there, we maintain them now. It just helps with the business that we already have. Yeah, and we're happy to keep all of that.
Okay, well, I recommend approval of the application.
I have a motion and a second to approve the application. Would you cast your votes, please? One more. It is approved.
Thank you all.
Item 15 is case SPUD 1064 to rezone 9816 Southwest 89th Street from AA Agricultural to SPUD 1064.
Would you give us your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Randy Hill with E.D. Hill Surveying, 510 Colcord Drive, Oklahoma City, representing the applicant, the Briscoe family farm.
So tell us about your application.
Yes, I'd like to. The property comprising our application is this 2.25 acres up here in the north end. This entire property is part of what is the Briscoe family farm. It was actually homesteaded by Mr. B.K. Briscoe in the run, and it's been in their family ever since. The four sisters who own the property today actually were born and grew up in this house that's shown right here, which was actually demolished recently so that it could be rebuilt on the property. It's the original location of the dugout that was originally built on the property during the run. And the property has been used in the past to grow watermelons on. There's a freshwater lake that's located here that the Briscoes actually allow people to rent for a nominal amount for weddings and family reunions. It's known as the Heidi Hole. Some of you may have actually been out there to events. Kind of pictures of what goes on there at the lake itself. But the Briscoe sisters would like to be able to remodel and rebuild these homes that are located at the north end here. They rent those homes out. They use the rental income to maintain the farm property, and they'd like to continue to be able to do that. As you can see, the property right across the street in the city of Mustang has very similarly sized lots. Actually, they're a little bit smaller than the tracts that are included in our SPUD. I have a lot of other interesting information about the farm if you'd like to hear it, but that's basically what our application is involving.
Is there something that is preventing them from simply including enough property to make their application
Yeah,
compliant?
it doesn't. There's some property right here that they do not have that doesn't allow them to go back and have 5 acres for each tract.
So there's property there that they don't own, is what you're saying?
Yes, there's a piece right here that they do not own that was sold off, and there's one piece right down here that was sold off years ago that they do not own.
And you say rental, is that to long-term tenants or like a bed and breakfast kind of place?
Yeah, long-term tenants. Yes.
Is there anybody else here who wishes to be heard on this item? Commissioners, I'm not particularly in support of this item. What the city of Mustang chooses to do with property across the street is beyond our control, of course. But we've continued this item since June. Is there some particular
Yeah, I
reason?
apologize about that. One thing I was hoping to have a full commission when the item was heard, but in addition to that, I had some heart issues and was in the hospital, and I
Sorry to hear that.
apologize that it was continued several times.
Commissioners, thoughts, comments, questions?
Kind of like to hear from staff on the plan conformance issue, just so we...
It is just clearly not meeting the rural low minimum lot size of 5 acres. That's the designation, because on the Oklahoma City side, there are no services available to support 3/4 acre development, no water, sewer, so it's just where the boundary between Oklahoma City and Mustang goes from an urban development in Mustang that's fully served to a rural character area on the south side of the street in Oklahoma City where it can't be served, so that whole area requires 5-acre minimums. And it would not conform, it doesn't conform now, and it would not conform if approved, but it's an existing property that they're trying to bring into compliance, so the decision of approval is kind of subject to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Although one of the two homes that were here has now been demolished.
Yes, and that's how really this got started, was the oldest home that the Briscoes were born in. They actually tore it down, and so because it was getting in disrepair, and they were wanting to come in for a building permit to build a new home in that location. They actually took pieces of the floor and gave it with plaques along to all the family members, the Briscoe family and their descendants. But as a part of trying to rebuild that house, that's when it came up that it wasn't in conformance with the plan, and that an SPUD would be required to be able to bring the property into conformance, so that they could just maintain the 3 houses that they've had there for many, many years.
Commissioners, let's take some action.
I'm torn. I'll jump out. I'm torn. There's existing properties here. I'm not big about taking something away from people they've used for a long time as a matter of sort of principle. But having said that, it seems to me that we're trying to subdivide something that really shouldn't be subdivided. If we tied all this stuff together and we were trying to build a single structure or continue to make use of it in that regard, I think you'd have me. I think you'd have my support. As it stands, I share staff's concerns that we're going to carve property like this up, which over the last year of being here, I've watched it proliferate into other areas, and people come back with applications and want to do the same thing, and now we don't have infrastructure. So I'm going to go with staff's guidance on it and say that I would be in favor of recommending a denial based on that issue alone, but I do feel a little uneasy about it because of the length of time these structures have been here. Those are my comments.
Is that a motion?
I'm going to reserve opportunity for other people to be heard, and then in the event that nobody else wants to be heard, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Because I need to understand if, because of the concern he's raising, if we deny, what can the applicant do? Can they rebuild one home on this spot? I mean, are we leaving them with they can't do anything? They can't
Go to council.
do anything. All they can do is let the structures get older?
I'm sorry, all they can do
How big is the total site right now?
It's 2.25 acres.
What I thought. Okay, so
And we're going to have, each lot's about a third of that, actually.
So it's
And
down to
they
one
meet the requirement for sewer and water as far as the state's concerned, for the minimum lot size.
So it's down to one home now?
There's 3 homes on it.
3 are
today.
down to 2?
Yeah, and this home has been removed, the oldest home,
Mm-hmm.
and we were asking for a permit to get that home rebuilt. And that's how we ended up here.
And I guess you could, though, be asking for a permit to have one home on 2.25 acres, and then we might, even though it's less than 5, we might approve 1. We just won't approve
There's
3.
not 5 acres there.
Right.
That was my point. If we were coming here and they had 2.25 acres and wanted to rebuild the home, they'd have me for sure.
If they want to be rebuilt one home.
Right.
But they want permission to be able to do 3.
Right.
How much total land do they own there?
Hold it. Aren't the other 2 houses there?
60 acres.
So they could build it anywhere else, they just can't build it here.
Access may be an issue.
What?
I mean, you'd have to, I guess you got a road in there, but.
Yeah, you'd have to build a road, and you got to put infrastructure in, things that you probably don't want to do.
Well, it would be difficult.
This has an existing sewer and water, and
It would be difficult for me to support taking a 5-acre tract and dividing it into 3-4 acre tracts when people have bought these 5-acre tracts in good faith. It would be difficult for me to support this.
Is that a motion?
You're not asking to do anything with the 2 existing homes. You're just asking to rebuild the 1 home that you tore down.
That's exactly right.
So if none of this happened, you'd have all these lots and these 3 houses, or would it be just 1 lot? Is it 1 lot now, or is it 3? It's 1?
It's 3, actually.
Okay, it's 3 lots with one house on each one?
Yes.
It's 3 legal lots today?
Non-conforming.
Right.
It's non-conforming.
So it's 1 lot, essentially, with 3 homes on it, because there's not a lot.
Right.
They just built 3 homes on 2.25 acres.
Yeah, it was
Which
so long
doesn't
ago.
conform either.
I understand, and that's, again, the dividing line for me on the issue. Let's just take some action and see where we are. I'll make a motion to recommend denial on SPUD 1064.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny item number 15. Cast your votes, please. It is denied.
Do you all have a recommendation for this client?
This is a recommendation to City Council, so it will be put on the City Council docket, and City Council will have a vote. So pending their decision, that's where it goes next.
Yeah, I understand.
I would recommend that you work with staff on that, whether they have a way for you to make this work. 60 acres of land to work with. That would be my personal recommendation.
Good.
Okay. Item 16 was deferred. Item 17 is PUD 1701 to rezone 2101 Westbury Drive from PUD 1629 to PUD 1701.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ron Walters, who is with me here today. This should look fairly familiar to at least a handful of Planning Commission members. This is the 4th rezoning application that I have filed on this exact piece of dirt. My client tells me that this is it. As much fun as he has paying me to come up here and visit with you fine folks, I think he's ready to be done. If you'll remember, 4 times ago, this room was full of people upset, and it took a long time to work through the subsequent PUDs as they came forward on what exactly would be developed here. The last time we came through, the plan you see here on this exhibit is exactly what we negotiated. You might remember a bunch of verbiage that dealt with exactly how these units would be built in terms of residential units above one another, in the neighbor's view that having people living above each other would lend itself to long-term problems and potentially injure the neighborhood to the north. And so we did agree to that. And so what we're here on today is a bit of a unique issue in that we filed a PUD that is just on this piece right here, not the balance of it, so everything is still intact on the balance of the old Westbury Golf Course. All of the agreements reached with the neighbors on the old PUD are likewise maintained throughout this PUD, except for one, and we did have a neighborhood meeting to discuss it, the original and still existing cart barn building. Mr. Walters is going to be able to renovate that, and there will be a potential of a hallway from one unit that would be on top of a living space of another unit. And so out of an abundance of caution to not get held up in permitting, we do have one caveat to the on top of each other units specifically for this one building. We had a large neighborhood meeting. Commissioner Coffey was there, in which we explained that. I got no negative feedback from any of the Westbury folks as it relates to that issue. The other issue that we seek to do today is get 66 units prior to the second access point. The second access point will go to Sarah, and we will have to cross the creek at least once, if not twice. It became cost prohibitive. We went, before we even filed an application, and met with the fire marshal's office to see if they would support 66 units prior to a second access point. After meeting with the fire marshal's office, they did agree that they were in agreement with that. That doesn't give them any concern. And so the only 2 things that we seek to do here today is allow 66 units to be built prior to the second access point, and then create an exception to the one over the other unit specifically for the cart barn building. And if you look in the PUD, it's very specific in how it's drafted. It references the existing cart barn building. There just happens to be some loft space on top that can be recaptured into living space, and out of abundance of caution, we wanted to fix it. So I'm not aware of any protest that's here. Like I said, we had a fairly large neighborhood meeting. This Westbury group, through the various zoning fights, have become very well organized, and which is a good thing. So we were able to address all of the issues. I do want to address the TEs briefly. TE1, it asks that sidewalks shall be provided within the development. We do have sidewalks throughout the development. What Mr. Walters has created here is he doesn't let me say the word senior, but I'm going blank on any other word. So 55 and older development. What you see in these developments is typical of what will happen here. Lots of walking trails, lots of sidewalks. There's not as much car traffic here, but throughout this whole thing, it is full of sidewalks and walking trails. So I'm not exactly sure what the TE1 was trying to get to, but we do in fact have sidewalks, walking trails throughout. And we'll have to have a trail map and all that that'll go through Public Works too. It asks for a 100-foot setback from the stream banks. I know that's a provision from the comprehensive plan. What I would say is that has never been a part of any of the PUDs that have come before the Planning Commission. What you see here is what has been approved time and time again by the Planning Commission, and it in no way contemplated a 100-foot setback from the stream bank. So we just simply can't agree to that.
What would you need the setback to be?
I guess we could live with 50. I'm not sure where it came from, again, considering this is the fourth time, and this has never appeared before. Third TE is paving width shall be 24 feet. We agree except for the pieces in this development that are one-way. Those one-way pieces will actually be 20 feet, which does meet fire code. So we can agree except for the one-way traffic portions, those will be 20 feet. Again, the 20 feet does meet the fire code. Finally, for a street connection to Southwest 22nd Street, shall be required prior to the 66th CO. What our agreement is with the fire marshal is prior to the 67th, but it can't be to 22nd Street. We have no legal and physical access to 22nd Street. If we did, it would be a much cheaper option. 22nd Street is immediately south of us. The owner of the land south of us has refused to allow that connection. There's no public street that touches our property, so we have no legal or physical access to actually make that connection. But we will, the second access point on 67th CO will be to Sarah. It'll be a much more costly access point, but that's where it'll have to be.
And that would come off the extension from Woody Creek, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
David, would you go back to that previous image? Yeah, so you can see it there. You can see where 22nd Street is south of us, and you can see that the actual platted street doesn't touch our land, and so there's simply no way to connect without the adjoining landowner agreeing. But again, there will be the second point of access, which is what I believe the TE is trying to get to. It'll just be out to Sarah Road, which will include bridges, et cetera. So in short, we met with the fire marshal's office before we filed the application. Upon filing, we did go and meet with all of the neighbors at length to address all these issues. I believe no one's here, which I would take as a positive thing, that they are comfortable with the modifications to the PUD because we kept all of the important negotiated agreements in the document. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. On page 2 of my staff report, what it says is that changes in the new PUD are requested to, and it has 3 things: increase the number of units from 30 to 66 before the construction of a second access point. You actually want that to say 67.
Yes.
Actually, that's 2 different things. Increase it from 30 to 66 is correct, but the way that this was worded in the TE said prior to the 66th CO, and he said prior to the 67th CO, meaning they could have up to 66
Oh,
COs.
I see. So
So
that's
66
the way
is
it
correct.
is. Okay. Eliminate a connection to Southwest 21st Street.
Right, same problem. There was a reference in an old staff report, I believe, to connecting to Southwest 21st. We can't. We don't have legal physical access to connect. And so what this is trying to get to, what the old TE or this TE was trying to get to is that second point of access. We do agree that we have to have the second point of access at the 67th CO. However, it is going to go to the west out to Sarah Road.
Okay. And then to modify your architectural regulations so that you can develop the existing cart building the way you were discussing.
Right, and that's specifically section 9.1.3 that you can find on page 3 of your staff report. And I'll just read it for purposes of clarity. One unit contained within the pre-existing cart barn includes a portion of a second-story livable space located directly over the first-story hallway livable space of a separate unit below. The configuration of these two particular units shall be permitted as an exception to the restriction on second level/story livable space being located directly and vertically above the first level/story living space of a separate unit. Second level/story occupancy above or over a safe room, clubhouse, storage room, or other area not sold or leased as livable space shall be allowed. Certainly sounds like way too many words that a lawyer drafted.
Well, so one of the questions I have, knowing that this is something that we've looked at time and time again, is that what's changed about the number of units? Why are we changing it from 30 to 66?
A cash flow thing. The reason we had 30 in the first instance was we believed that we needed to do that to satisfy the developer to the south. What we found was they were using it as a means to extract a king's ransom for the connection. They were gracious enough to allow us the opportunity to connect if we agreed to pay for the entirety of the paving of their development. My client declined to do so. It was never a fire marshal issue, but we wanted to confirm in terms of the number of units. To my knowledge, those folks aren't here. They have now paved their streets. So it's simply getting us the number of units we need because it's going to be a costly endeavor to go out to Sarah Road.
So, not to be too cynical about it, what are the chances that that's ever going to get done?
Out to Sarah Road? I think likely. If you're familiar, Mr. Walters owns the balance of the old golf course going west. We have another application that is set before the Planning Commission in March that actually fronts on Sarah Road. So he is actively developing the balance of it. He just needs some cash flow to be able to go and develop everything else. Everything else is going to have that secondary access.
That's the reason you can go to Sarah's because that's your property via the golf course goes all the way over, right?
Yes.
And so ultimately the plan from a master development is to continue the development on. It's just you don't want to build infrastructure you don't need to build.
That's right.
Until I get it. I understand. I mean, it makes sense to me. From a development perspective, it makes sense why he wouldn't want to do it. I get it.
Oh, I get it too. Why spend money you don't have to? My question is whether they're going to build 66 units and then never build the road. And
if they do, though, and the fire marshal is confident in that, then I'm not sure why that would bother us.
Wow.
I think the only reason that should be a concern is if we were seeking some sort of variance. If we were trying to get away from a code provision on the promise that it will happen. Here we're not.
That was not ever a requirement of ours.
No.
It had to do with, okay. All right. Do you ever hear anybody else who's, oh, I do, don't I? Other people who are here to speak on this item? Do we have any questions of Mr. Box, any additional questions of Mr. Box before I call on our?
I would just ask to clarify, just so we're all clear. So the amendments to the TEs that you're requesting is to TE2 50 feet instead of 100. To number 3, the paving width in section 9.8.4 must be amended to 24 feet on two-way streets and 20 feet on one-way streets. And a street connection to Sarah Road shall be required prior to the 67th CO. Is that?
Yeah, so 4 prior to the 67th CO connection to Sarah, 3 agree except for one-way streets shall be 20, 50 foot on number 2, and I'm not sure what number 1's asking.
I just want to make sure I understood.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Linda Devine, is it? Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Linda Devine. My husband and I live at 10108 Thompson Avenue, which backs up to the development. I got a map just last night in my mailbox, and it says there's going to be a metal fence constructed between the development and all of the homes that back up to the development. So I was wondering first what kind of metal fence this would be.
Is it possible for you to show us on this little thing right here, sort of where you are? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Will you go back to the microphone for us? We'll see if we can get an answer to your question. So, since you were not at the mic, there's an easement that runs along the north side of this property. The map that you received showed that there's going to be a metal fence built in that easement. Your question is about that.
I want to know about the metal fence, and then I have another question.
Okay.
So this goes back, this is the same fencing. Can I switch a spot so I can indicate on that map? Back to the original negotiations, one of the concerns the neighbors had was because they were on a golf course, they didn't want a stockade or site-proof fence. They wanted to have more of an open feel. And so it's a wrought iron, it's a 6-foot wrought iron that would run on the south side of what you see as green. I don't know if you want to come over here. So
Poke your head around so you can see what he's showing.
You're right. So it's going to run like that. And again, it's that hashed line here. That was the neighbor's desire to have it feel more open.
So is the arrow in the wrong place? Because it's on this dotted
Yes.
line here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It goes to the gate and it runs like this.
Oh, okay. So this would basically remain greenbelt.
Absolutely. In the PUD, all of that is greenbelt.
Okay.
Yes. There was a fairly significant setback from the neighborhood to our development.
So, misplaced arrow.
Yeah.
That's all you needed to know? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Mr. Box, I had a couple of recent calls concerning the fencing materials. As originally proposed, the fencing was all wrought iron. Is that still the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's still wrought iron?
Yes.
Okay.
All of those original agreements.
And your applicant verifies that?
Nod your head, Ron. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Okay. Do we have anybody else who wants to be heard on this item? We do. Would you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Chuck Gooch. I live at 10,001 Thompson Avenue. My question is, they're showing the 55 homes or 60 homes or whatever, but they're not showing the additional homes that they're building in, that the entry goes on to Paisley Avenue, that is going to be pouring into that as well. So they're just showing 60-something homes, but they're not showing how many homes are coming out of that other plat onto Paisley Avenue.
I don't know the number. However, this is a gated piece. As you go west across the pond, it then becomes single family. Again, none of that is at issue before the commission today. What we're showing you, the 55 and up, is a gated piece to it.
But didn't that have another exit onto Sarah Road coming off that initially, like we just discussed?
So there will be a second access onto Sarah Road.
And now you're saying no, that there's not going to be, so that everybody's going to pour out onto Paisley Avenue along with that other addition.
We never had access to south. We never had access to the other development to the south.
I don't think they're saying there's not going to be. They're asking for allowance that there be more homes constructed before that requirement is triggered. Is that fair?
I was
onto Sarah Road,
Right.
the access onto Sarah Road.
I'm not understanding it that way. I don't see, right now I see everybody pouring out onto Paisley Avenue is what I see, along with that other addition that they're coming onto Morgan Road with. See on where it says R1 right there, there's another addition coming out onto Paisley Avenue. That is the initial neighborhood right there, or the only traffic we had going into there was the neighborhood and/or the golf course. And now there's a lot more homes in there along with this gated community pouring out onto Paisley Avenue.
And that was a point that we discussed at length over the last several years. Again, what Ron sees in his communities is there is not, it doesn't generate traffic like a normal 66 units might generate. And so this is exactly what was always contemplated. We never had access to the south. And again, it's gated, so it's not going to force the stuff west of where we're currently asking to rezone across to the east. I mean, if you did live west of this PUD on the balance of the old golf course, I don't think you could even access it because it's gated, but it wouldn't make any logical sense. Your access to Sarah is going to be much quicker and convenient than working your way through Paisley to get to Morgan. But again, none of that is an issue here.
All I can say is we're not seeing it. That was really a big question that was brought up again. I am the president of the association, just newly elected or whatever, and there was a lot of people texting me with really big concerns about all the traffic coming out onto Paisley Avenue. With one access and entry off of Morgan Road onto Paisley and into that gated community, and then you have all the other homes that are being developed right now, and then there's going to be commercial property. I don't know if it's going to be regress and egressing onto Morgan Road, but there's going to be a lot of traffic, it looks like, coming on to Paisley, trying to get out of that neighborhood.
Okay, I just want to be clear about what it is that we're approving here today.
You were approving two modifications to a PUD, allowing 66 units prior to the second access point, and the caveat or the exception to the general prohibition of living unit above living unit.
So the
But we're going from 33 units up to 66.
That's exactly right, up to
Right.
66.
Yeah, Paisley is not a neighborhood road through here. As we've flushed out over the years of doing this, it operates as a collector off of Morgan. And so it is designed to handle this traffic.
So I guess what I'm trying to focus in on here is that the difference between what's allowed right now and what will be allowed if we approve this application, which is yet to be determined, is 33
more homes than what they initially asked for, but like I said, they're not taking into consideration all the rest.
It's not 33 more homes. We're not giving them permission to build more homes than they already had permission to build. We're not adding to the number of units that they may construct.
Okay, but you just said it went from 33
What we're
to
doing
66.
is we have required them to take some action at a certain number of homes, being 33, that would require construction of another road.
Okay.
They're still going to have to construct the road.
So after 33, then they have to construct the road to Sarah Road?
That's the way it
Off
sits
the gated
now.
community?
That's the way it sits now. What they're asking us to do is allow them, instead of making them do that after 33, they're asking if they can delay that requirement until they have constructed 66 homes. We're not giving them permission to build more homes. It's just when that requirement is triggered.
I would just ask that I would make them put the road in at 33.
And to that point, 105 is the total number of units. The secondary access point was not a requirement, I believe, because of the load on Paisley. Again, if you remember, this is a gated. Sorry, I trade your spots there. This is a gated community, right? And so all 105 units are always going to be accessing Paisley. It's a fire code issue. And so even when we've got 105 units and this access is done, these folks are going to use Paisley. And that we spoke at length years ago about that, and we reduced down the number. The 105 number, as I recall, was a specific negotiation when it came to this pod of development. I think our number was much higher when we started, and we negotiated down with the neighborhood to the 105. So it was always known and contemplated that all of these units will access Paisley to get to Morgan Road. So it's not going to be any different than what's already approved, because those folks aren't going out to Sarah. It's just a fire marshal issue allowing more units, but not the total unit count, before that second road is built.
Does that make more sense to you? I'm not asking whether you agree, because I understand you may not, but I'm just...
It makes sense to me, yes, but there's a lot of concerns about how much traffic is actually going to be pouring off into the neighborhood.
I understand that may be true.
So that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Commissioners? Commissioners? You want to take some action
There's
on
no
this
more
item?
discussion. I'll make a motion.
I don't have anybody else signed up. I did ask, is there somebody else who wants to be heard on this item? I don't see anybody else. You're certainly welcome to come speak if you'd like to. Don't let us chase you off. I don't think so.
All right, well...
Did you have something that you wanted us to know?
No.
Okay.
Well, if there's no one else to be heard, I would make a motion that we recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1701, subject to the technical evaluations of 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Except?
As amended.
As amended, do we need to read those? I wrote those changes down.
Would you please?
Let me read those. Amending TE number 2 to a 50-foot setback shall be maintained from the stream banks. Amending TE number 3 to reflect paving width in section 9.8.4 must be amended to 24 feet on two-way streets and 20 feet on one-way streets. And amending TE number 4 to a street connection to Sarah Road shall be required prior to the 67th certificate of occupancy.
And on TE1, JJ, what is... Do we need that? I mean, we show the sidewalks throughout. I'm just not sure. We can delete TE1? Okay.
And deleting TE1.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 17, subject to the technical evaluations as amended. Would you cast your votes, please?
Thank you.
It is approved. Aren't we? Did we? Yes?
Mike's vote is yes.
We're missing Ward 5. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Item 18 on the agenda is for PUD 1696 to rezone 13640 North Council Road from R1 Single Family to PUD 1696.
It is cold in here.
Good afternoon, Ross Morris with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant. Who's here today? Mr. Sand Hughes here, in case you have any questions of him. With this, we came before you, I think it was in November, and we had some questions, so we went back and we've massaged it and worked with it. We met with Mr. Cravens, and we've gone over it, and we're coming back today. We've got one TE. Access shall be limited to one drive each to Council and Memorial. And our master development plan, we show 2 drives on Council and 2 on Memorial. We're okay, but I'd like to amend that, if I can, the language to say, and on Memorial, we're fine with 1 drive. It's one way only, so there's probably realistically not a need for a second drive there. But on Council, we functionally have the ability, and well, let me go back and tell you what. The traffic says that we need 150 feet from the intersection of Memorial for the first drive, and then 200 feet for a second drive, and then 200 feet to the next one, which the next one is across the street and south of us off our site, and that is, get the name of it, Pebble Parkway. Functionally, we have the distances to do that with 2 drives to put them in here. This side, obviously, we don't know what's going to go in there or when it's going to go in. So we can, and I've made an exhibit here to show you that we do have my assistant. It's actually my wife. My assistant. But if you look on that, we have, this is an exhibit I made, and I relocated the drive, so you can see we've got 150 feet from the intersection to the first drive, and then 200 feet to the next drive. Then we wind up with 250 feet to Pebble Parkway. So functionally, we can put 2 drives in there and meet the code. We would like to allow that to maybe reword that to the 1 drive on Memorial, and then allow that we will meet the driveway separation standards with our driveways on Council. I mean, realistically, maybe something comes in and we can't get 2 drives because they want to put it some central place there, and it just doesn't allow us enough distance. So in that case, we would have 1 drive. Otherwise, we'll have to set them in there so that we meet the traffic department's requirements for driveway separation.
Mr. Moore, since we've got these exhibits in front of us, the drive that's showing on this exhibit that you're proposing to eliminate on Memorial is the easternmost drive.
The easternmost drive,
Just
right.
to clarify that on the exhibit. Okay.
I think that the issue for us is that we would prefer to see you share access internally and eliminate or limit your access points onto the arterial to a single access point. You've got the whole tract, there's nothing there yet, you can design it in a way to share access internally, and that is what we would prefer.
We have, and we redefined that into 2 different tracks in there. The 1 track is right on the very corner. That's my client's primary business, is he does convenience stores and with gas stations, and is planning 1 there. Now, the remainder of that is, he's trying to get it into a marketable position, and obviously somebody may see a benefit and want another drive. So we want to at least leave that available. We, like I said, functionally, we can meet the requirements of the city on that.
Well, I think what the chairwoman is saying is that if you put a single drive at the intersection of where those 2 tracks meet and treat it as an interior drive, you would have access to both tracks with 1 drive on each road.
But in the event the second track sells to somebody and they don't want to be attached that way, they at least want to have an option, and they can meet the requirements of the city. They're not, we're not even asking for a variance of any kind. We're doing exactly what we're allowed by the city code.
We're suggesting this would be the requirements of the city.
Well, I know, but that doesn't, marketability-wise, doesn't help us out, because we've got to try to sell that track. I mean, we know pretty much what's going to go on the corner track. But the rest of us, like I said, we're just trying to get it into a position to where something can happen there. And that's nice if it all worked out and there was a shared driveway. But in the event that other person, we don't want to be attached or sharing a driveway attached with a gas station, then, we've hurt ourselves. So, because we can, and we're, like I said, we're meeting can meet the city requirements where we won't even need a variance. We just need to adjust our driveways so that they'll fit that way. We've got actually 50 foot extra because we only need 200 foot between, and on that, from that south driveway to Pebble Stone Road, we've got 250 feet between there.
I hear you on that, and I don't sell commercial lots in this fashion for a living, but I have seen plenty of other developers that do take the approach that we are suggesting here and do it successfully. So I would challenge what you're saying, and I think in order to at least gain my support here today, I would need to see adherence to the TE.
But if you'll look over on West Memorial in MacArthur, they have these large medians, and actually on the south side, I'm sorry, the north side of the Kilpatrick, there's almost a 300-foot median, and if they did that to my client, it would block them. They would be literally one way on both sides. So
If they came in with a median, then that would be dealt with at that time.
Well, but we could already have our stuff built by them. We could have already designed our whole project over just the one driveway on council and say there's a 300-foot median now on council, and now we're blocked.
You're saying if there's a public median constructed on Council Road?
That's right. If they did an intersection improvement there and added medians and et cetera, then they would have the potential for blocking entrance into our
Literally
property.
one way and then one way is all they would have access. So from the north, they would have zero access.
I understand, but that's not there today. And I think if it were going to be there, you'd have great cause to come back if the city were going to obstruct your access and make a really strong argument at that
So
point.
can we make some language that if there is a public median put in there, that we would be allowed a second access on council as long as we meet
I don't
the
think that's,
driveway separation?
I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, that's not something that we would do in any
But they do put a
application.
median and they block us, and then we get turned down again. What's our option?
The likelihood of that happening is so...
Is extraordinarily remote. Yeah. What I would say is I'm sympathetic to the argument you're making that you're meeting the city's requirements for drive separation. I'm sensitive to that. I don't take issue with it unless staff tells me that they don't like it because traffic doesn't like it because of the fact that there's 2 inches. But the ordinance on its face is the separation required, you meet it. So I don't have a problem with it in particular. And I understand why you want it. So you're not losing my support over that, but the median thing, you're losing me there. I'm not going to, we could what if ourselves to death on this deal. You got to deal with things as they come as a property owner. That's just part of being a property owner.
Okay.
I'm for shared drive, generally. However, I don't know that I view the next use back to the, other than the C-store that's on the corner, is unless it's retail, unless it's some, if you wanted to put an office use back there or some other use, I don't know that that would be compatible in that case for a shared drive. And that is an area where you see, I mean, looking up and down Memorial, you see, like, for example, Turtle Creek, commercial on the front, drives, et cetera, that go back behind the commercial and the retail, back to there's the Holiday, there's a hotel back there, several offices, et cetera, and those aren't shared drives. And so I'm given the pattern, what I've seen in that development in that area, I think to require a single shared drive inhibits the developer, in my view, in a way, one, that I don't see there's an ordinance requiring it, other than we just kind of think it's a good idea. So based on the we just kind of think it's a good idea, I can't get there. I'm more in line with Ross's.
Right, and we had, like at one point, we thought maybe a hotel. Well, we took that out. It didn't fit, but you're right. The other retail, without actually knowing exactly who's coming in and what they've got in mind, we've handcuffed them. And if it's a retail and they've got trucks, they've got vendors trying to turn in and out of one drive, and we've got regular vehicles coming in and out of the same drive, it creates a real conflict. If they've got at least 2 drives, and we reduce the amount of conflict between the vendors bringing their materials in for the retailers, et cetera.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Hensley.
Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on this item today? If not, I'll take a motion.
I will say 2 things just I did make a couple of HOA people aware, just in terms of the general area. Didn't need to, but felt like I probably should. There were no negative feedback there. I met with the applicant, as they said, just to make sure I express that outwardly. I want to commend them for their work on the application. Did a lot of things to protect the residential development that's not there physically today, but that we approved that's going into the south in terms of setbacks and facade and lighting and landscaping. So really appreciate your work on it, and thank you for your time. With that, if there's no further discussion, I'll make a recommendation for approval to City Council on PUD 1696. Oh, subject to the TE.
I have a motion and a second to approve.
Now, is that with the caveat?
With the amendment that the access shall be limited to one drive on Memorial.
All right.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 18, subject to TE as amended. Would you cast your votes, please?
Thank you.
Item 19 is SPUD 1101 to rezone 2222 Northeast 27th Street from R1 Single Family to PUD 1101.
Madam Chairman, members of the Commission, Brian Kuhn, representing the applicant, Restore OKC. This property used to be a church long ago, working with a nonprofit now that wants to develop this property as several uses. One mostly is for community garden. They're going to be allowing neighbors to work at the community garden in exchange for produce, flowers, those kind of things. We also have a partnership with Langston University and Douglas and Northeast High School to have some classes, entrepreneurship classes, business classes, all sorts of different kind of classes. On the northern end, we would like to have the ability to build someday, possibly, what we call tiny homes, for residents to be able to use. So, with that, there are 4 TEs. We agree with all of them except for the first one, which is that sidewalks are required. There are no sidewalks in this neighborhood anywhere, and I am an advocate of sidewalks when they will go somewhere, but I know there's not a chance that one of these roads is going to be widened by a city project, so sidewalks will be put in. And in it is a nonprofit that is trying to operate this. We are trying to do it on a very tight budget also. We will have some internal walking trails within the development to get from the building to the garden or to the tiny homes. But in the Northeast 28, there's not any homes to the east of us. There are some to the west, but no sidewalks anywhere in the neighborhood. So we would request approval. We have some of the people that will be working there, one of the co-directors of the facility, as well as one of the neighbors in support. If you would like to hear more about the project, we'd be more than glad to share. But if not, we would request approval with just the exception of TE number 1.
There's a statement on page 3 of my staff report under the uses permitted that says, all use units needed to operate this community gardens and farm concept will be permitted. That is a pretty blank check.
Where do you see that now?
At bottom of page 3 of my staff report.
Well, we've got the use units that we are going to be permitted listed above that.
Yes.
So, and those are the use units we would like to have. Those are some of those that you don't like.
No, it's not that.
Okay.
It's just that this having listed all of those, to then say, and whatever else we need to do to make this deal work fine with everybody.
Remember, we didn't say this. This is in staff report, so I don't know what that means.
Okay. So that language is not reflected in the SPUD?
I don't believe so. It is?
It says
okay.
yes.
Well, then we would like to be able to do these uses that are listed and to say that all use units needed, we just want to make sure we can do a garden and a farm. So that's the thing. So as long as I get those uses that will allow me to do a community garden and this community farming, we're okay with that.
Okay.
So as far as we can see, they would still have the ability to do exactly what they want, even if we remove that sentence from.
I would hope so.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, I'm not opposed to anything that they're actually pitching here. That's just a really blank check to say, oh, and yeah, anything else we need to do to make this deal works fine with everybody is.
I'm probably just trying to cover our bases because we haven't done very many farms and community gardens lately, so I just want to make sure we can still do that. So we're fine with that.
Okay. The other question I have about this application is about the well. Do we let people dig wells? I mean, I'm not opposed to these folks digging a well. I'm all for it, but we do. All right, then. Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments or concerns? Is there anybody else here who wants to be heard on this item? No? So?
I've talked to the developer, and I think it's a really, really exciting project. I think that the neighborhood will greatly benefit. I think it's excellent. I think the nonprofit does excellent work, and I know that we are very strong sidewalk advocates here, but I think in light of the fact that there'd be a sidewalk to nowhere and the great benefit that it will be to the community, I think we should go ahead and eliminate TE1, assuming there's consensus for that too.
You know, Richard McGowan has been, I won't say strong-arming, I'll say gently persuading architects in Oklahoma City to help design these little houses for the project at 50th and Lincoln, and they've kind of taken it on as a challenge and it's a nonprofit, and so I would strongly suggest that you talk to him about how that's going.
To who?
Richard McGowan.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
It's a project for people who are transitioning out of foster care, I guess.
That's great.
And so
we'll talk to Richard.
Okay. And the idea of designing little tiny homes just appeals to people, I guess. It's kind of a fun project, so. Okay.
Well, then in that case, I move that we recommend approval of this application subject to the following amendments. The elimination on page 3 of the sentence that says all use units needed to operate this community gardens and farm concept will be permitted, and the elimination of technical evaluation number 1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 19, subject to the TE as amended and the elimination of that language that gives me such a cause for concern. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
It's approved.
Thank you.
Stay off the slopes.
I wish that was it. Item 20, SPUD 1102, application by Mary and Harry Johnson to rezone 12510 North Morgan Road to the Spud 1102 district.
Is our applicant with us? Yeah, let's do. And, so we're in time for Commissioner Pennington to participate at least a little bit, are we? Yes. Well, we'll slip item number 20 to the end of the docket and see if by some chance our applicant has just stepped out.
Next item is 24, SPUD 1092, application by OnQ to rezone 1305 Northwestern Avenue.
My apologies. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. The applicant in front of me not showing up has me. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to visit with them leading up to this. This is a case that has been discussed a great deal, not only with everybody up here on the horseshoe, but also in various neighborhood meetings. I represent OnQ in this case, and this is an SPUD application between 12th and 13th on Western Avenue to build their first store in Oklahoma City in the core of the city. It is a scaled-down version. We'll walk through a lot of the details. of that, but I want to start with kind of explaining why we're here. OnQ and their team for years and years has had requests from their customers to develop a store in the core. When you look around the core of Oklahoma City, it is wholly underserved when it comes to nice, high-end gas stations and convenience stores. There's a series of smaller gas stations, a series of gas stations in the core that are perhaps not what we would want and not what we would hope we deserve at this point in the history of our city. One thing that OnQ has shown time and time again is an ability to develop difficult sites, an ability to develop sites in a manner that is in keeping with the area in which they're developing, but also being good neighbors. I want to hand out an exhibit book real quick. While that's being passed around, some of you we met with prior to having the elevations done. So on my left, what you'll see are the elevations of this specific store that will be built. I hope what you notice right off the bat is the landscaping. The landscaping on this site is significant. Overall, the landscaping points that we have here are 3 times the amount required by the code. When it comes to evergreen trees, we are actually 10 times the amount required by the code. And then specifically as it relates to screening adjacent to a single family or adjacent to residential, our screening on the west side of the site is actually 4 times the requirements in the code. So as I mentioned, this is an undertaking that has been in the works for months and months and months. The OnQ representatives prior to hiring me and prior to filing a case spent a lot of time working with the neighborhood. They wanted to hear what the neighborhood had to say. They wanted to try to find a way to work with the neighborhood, find a way to be a good neighbor, and provide what they believe to be a valuable service. Now, what you're going to hear probably later is there's a lot of opinions on, frankly, both sides of the issue. We had a neighborhood meeting as late as last night, and we had people that were very much in support, and we had several people that were very much concerned and against it. That's not uncommon. In fact, I think the first big contested fight that this Planning Commission had was at an OnQ store at Northwest Highway in Wilshire. And in the booklet that I've handed out under tab 1, which are Oklahoma City stores, if you go and look at OKC 2, it's the second image, you will see that store, Northwest Highway in Wilshire. As I've sat through these meetings and read the protest letters, what strikes me is it is an almost identical fact pattern to that case that we heard, I believe, some 8 years ago. You had the residential folks in an intersection that is kind of quirky. Wilshire and Northwest Highway, where it intersects, is kind of problematic. And traffic seemed to be the main concern. You had some other gas stations in the area that came to protest. You'll have that here today. There's an existing gas station immediately to our east. I believe that individual has submitted protest letters. He appeared at the neighborhood meeting last night. And what we heard back then was all of the negative things that would occur because of the gas station, because of OnQ. Now, their OnQ had to go fix a host of problems outside of traffic. Traffic was just one of the problems that they had to fix. There, at their own cost, they installed a traffic light. I don't think that was required, but trying to be a good steward of the property and a good corporate citizen agreed to do it. The other big problem that existed was a drainage problem that they fixed for the city. To the credit of most of the people that protested, they have all, in some form or fashion, reached out to Mr. Griffith to say that we got it wrong. What OnQ has done there, and what they've done at multiple other sites, but I focus here just because it was the most recent, perhaps, and it feels as if it's the most similar in fact pattern. They all believe that the OnQ has been nothing but a positive influence in that area. The small gas station that was there here protesting has since gone away. What has been redeveloped is a brand new, beautiful bank building. The commercial center to the west of the OnQ site, which was run down and had subpar tenants, The ownership of that decided after OnQ was going in to invest capital, invest money, and it is now totally redeveloped. It is now rebirthed with wonderful tenants. And so what you've seen is a total net positive for the entire area that, frankly, OnQ was the catalyst for. So when it comes to this site, like I said, it's hard for me not to look at these very similar. We've got neighborhood abutting, we've got protests, we've got traffic concerns, all of which we'll address. But when you look at the handout I gave you, you will see time and time again OnQ stores that are immediately adjacent and abutting single-family residential. In fact, they have a store at 10th and Portland that they just built recently. It's on the southwest corner. And after they built that store, they were provided an award by the neighborhood, some form of a neighborhood beautification award, because once it was built, the neighborhood felt that it was such a positive impact that they wanted to give them an award. One thing that OnQ does that is a little different than, or maybe it's a lot different than a lot of gas stations, is whatever the cost is for security, they will make sure that they have 24-hour security. They don't allow loitering and the types of problems that we see specifically in the core with gas stations to occur. One, it's bad for business, but two, it's bad for the surrounding neighborhood. So I want to talk briefly now about some of the unique factors that exist on this site that we believe provide an opportunity to be the least impactful as possible. First and foremost, I hope you notice right off the bat is there's a fairly significant grade change as you go from western as you go west. It's 10 feet. And so where our store sits is actually going to be 10 feet below the abutting property. And so when you look at this cross-section, what we're looking at here is we're actually looking south, okay? And so we're looking south at an existing home that will still be there. And so in the after, what we will have is their home, their side yard setback, and then on the property line, OnQ has agreed to build an 8-foot masonry wall. Now, they were in negotiations and talking with these property owners. They asked for a specific color of brick. OnQ agreed to do that. So an 8-foot masonry wall between their property line and where our property line stops. On the other side of that, you will have a 15-foot landscape buffer. Now, in that 15-foot landscape buffer, we will have 2 separate rows of trees planted. The other concern that was raised was the neighborhood not wanting tiny little trees at the time of planting. That will take 20, 30 years to perhaps actually provide the screening that they desired. So what we have done in the Spud is require that the trees at the time of planting must be 3-inch caliper. So what you'll have is mature plantings at the time of planting so that the trees will be of a height somewhere between 8 and 14 feet and actually provide the level of screening that the neighborhood desired. As I said, then you drop down 10 feet, and now we're about 85 or 90 feet from house to where our structure starts. Now, we do have a drive-through on the west side. One of the common concerns and complaints about drive-throughs where they are adjacent to single-family homes are the speaker boxes. They're loud, they're obnoxious, no one can really hear them. What OnQ has found in their research to their customers is people don't like speaker boxes, much less the neighborhoods abutting them. So in the Spud, we require this drive-through will have no speaker box. And so if you go through the drive-through, you will drive up to the window and have a face-to-face conversation with the associate, and at no point will interact on a speaker box. The other thing you'll notice is the significant landscaping that exists right here, which is where the drive-through window is, that will further shield the ability of any adjacent neighbors to the west to see the drive-through lane. One of the other common complaints or concerns we heard was, we're losing 2 homes here. Hearing that, Mr. Griffith sought to find a way to save those homes. So he's actively working with Positively Paseo to donate those 2 homes so that they can be moved from the site. He's got estimates from a moving company to take the existing homes rather than demolish and move them to vacant lots. So again, another example of OnQ trying to be a good corporate citizen, trying to do right by the neighborhood. Now, when we get to traffic, or let me start with signs. So one of the other things that people are concerned about in any commercial development that we talk about perhaps far too often and too lengthy up here is signage. Here, OnQ has agreed that there will be no freestanding signs whatsoever. The entirety of their signage package will be attached signs as displayed here. So there won't be any freestanding signs, there won't be any EMD signs, except for technically the fuel price reader is an EMD sign, but it is limited to the fuel price reader. Perhaps the most talked about issue when it comes to this application has been the traffic. I think everybody would agree that as we sit here today, the intersection right there where Western and Classen and 13th all come together is a problem. Frankly, it's a problem today. It's a problem without the on-queue development. So on-queue, despite not being required to do so, as this commission knows, several years ago, the City Council passed an ordinance that this commission was heavily involved in which impact fees are now charged at the time of building permit. What the city decided to do with that ordinance is take the burden off applicants for paying for traffic studies and paying for improvements. Hearing the concern of traffic, on-queue went ahead and paid for a traffic study. The traffic study studied the intersection and came up with a series of recommendations where's that? Right here. To the existing intersection. One of the big problems with the existing intersection is, well, two major problems. The Western Avenue northbound, if you're trying to go northbound then on Classen, there is no protected left turn. There's no turn signal to allow that. And so what has to happen is you have to sit and wait while the 13th Street traffic clears through. And so what that causes is a stacking down Western. So what is proposed is to add a second lane on the northbound Western Avenue that would be a dedicated protected left turn lane northbound onto Classen. That will require significant upgrades to the intersection signal, but it will allow these folks to move north with the turn signal without having to wait for this, so that the queuing problem that is already existing on Western is mitigated. Next, the northbound Classen, the problem with turning left onto Western is you have to wait for the other movements. You have to wait for the southern Classen. What we propose to do here is to add another turn lane, another lane that would be a protected, dedicated left turn lane, which again would require upgrades to the signalization, that would allow you to turn left, back south, heading south onto Western. So what we've done is add capacity to the intersection to help eliminate and mitigate any potential problems created from this development. Now, there is a TE in your staff report that deals with the improvements, and what it says is all improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed prior to a certificate of occupancy. Now, again, we're not required to do these. We've done it. We've submitted it to staff. My understanding is perhaps Public Works wants to take a little bit of time to review it before they say yes or no. What we would be willing to do is keep TE6 as is and simply add a sentence to the end of that that says, pursuant to Public Works approving the installation of the improvements. So the other important factor, perhaps, is OnQ has agreed to foot the bill for this. We project it to be somewhere around $350,000 to do these traffic improvements. OnQ has agreed to pay for that 100% themselves. Again, going above and beyond what any applicant can be required to do, in my opinion, now that the city has passed this impact fee ordinance. So we are willing to work with Public Works. We'll have plenty of time between now and City Council to do so. And we're fine in couching the TE in terms of Public Works having to approve whatever it is that happens there. But we do believe that by installing these improvements and adding the capacity to the intersection, it will mitigate the impacts of this development and perhaps improve an already problematic intersection. One of the other TEs talks about eliminating the illuminated west-facing wall sign. So what we can agree to do is, rather than eliminate it, we can agree that it won't be illuminated. I would presumably the concern would be the light that would be shining towards the neighborhood. So what we would like to do is keep the sign as proposed, but simply take away the ability to have it illuminated, thereby, I think, reducing the concern that warranted the TE in the first place. It asks to keep the alley open. keeping the alley open is just simply not possible to have this store here, but it is worth noting that OnQ has agreed with the neighbors to the west. I don't know if anybody's driven down that alley, unless you have a large truck or SUV. I frankly wouldn't advise that you do it, but if you have, you'd notice that it's terrible. It's in terrible shape. OnQ has agreed at their own cost to completely repave the alley west of their site and fix, again, an already existing problem for the neighbors. So overall, I believe what you're getting in this OnQ is a store that is needed, a market that is completely underserved, but more importantly, hopefully a catalyst for additional development. I think if you look at time and time again what the OnQ stores have done, it is to act as that catalyst. They are a wonderful corporate citizen who has continued to show that they will spend the money and do whatever things are necessary to be good neighbors. One of, I think, the most interesting just pure land use facts to look at here is when you look at this stretch of Western/Classen, it is the largest amount of continuous C4 zoning that I have seen anywhere in Oklahoma City. As the Planning Commission is aware, C4 zoning was deemed too intense to ever approve again by the City Council, and it's not an option. But if you look at that map, what you'll notice is north of our site is Zone C4. South of our site, a portion of it is Zone C4. East of our site is Zone C4. So when you look at just the pure land use factors, what we're asking for here is a gas station next to a gas station surrounded by heavy, intense commercial zoning. I would submit that based upon those facts, what we ask for is appropriate, and it's consistent with what you would expect along Western or Classen as you move up and down this area. In reading some of the other protest notes, I did note some concerns from commercial developers. I think you're going to hear from some other commercial developers today that are very much in support of this, in hopes that it does provide the type of revitalization that I'm referring to. And you're also going to hear from a host of residential developers that are west, also in Midtown, that will be supportive of this, because again, this is just simply a type of store that the core does not have. So in closing, what we're asking for, I believe, is appropriate, consistent with the land use pattern, with the amount of landscaping and concessions that OnQ has made. I believe wholeheartedly that it will provide a wonderful adjacent neighbor. It will not provide the type of negative impacts that perhaps some people are scared of, and I think past zoning fights on almost identical cases have proven that. The other thing to note is this is a smaller gas station than OnQ has ever built. This will be an 8-pump gas station, and what that means is 8 pumps. You can fuel on either side, so there's 16 fueling positions, but it's 8 pumps. Typical OnQs will have 14 pumps. So it is the smallest OnQ that they will have ever built. So it's reduced down in an effort to recognize where they are, where the site is, and some of the constraints that they face. But I believe wholeheartedly that OnQ has done more than I can think of any other applicant coming before the Planning Commission in both the traffic study, their willingness to pay for the improvements, their willingness to repave an alley that exists, their willingness to try to move those homes. And so we would ask for your approval. I've got a host of people here to answer any questions you might have concerning the application.
T5 suggests that you decrease the number of pumps. Do we have a decrease to what on that?
No, and we can't. We have reduced down the number of pumps to the smallest number of pumps that will work.
But what I'm asking is, what do they want it to be? I mean, what do staff want it to be?
I'm not sure.
I think typically the recommendation is suggested so that the Planning Commission, the applicant, and the community can discuss what that should be. Just a suggestion to you to determine what would be appropriate in your opinion.
And then also establishing hours of operation. What are the hours of operation?
It is a 24-hour facility.
Okay, before we launch into, we have a bunch of people signed up to speak today. There are just a couple of things I want to say before we start. I cannot let stand Counselor's description of the impact fee and how it works and all that. The impact fee does not alleviate the need for applicants to do traffic studies in cases where we deem it necessary for them to do that. We used to have a requirement that they do them automatically. We don't require that anymore. They pay an impact fee instead. That also does not alleviate them of the need to make improvements where they're required or needed to make a development work. That's not how that money gets spent. That's just not how that works at all. So there's that. The thing about this C4 zoning, when the city of Oklahoma City started off, in its very first, you can jump in here if I'm wrong about this, its initial pass at zoning was kind of like, okay, there's residential, and there's commercial, and there's industrial. I'm not even sure they had an office designation. And so everything in the city was one of those things. As they refined the code over the years, when an existing use was brought in under the new code, it always defaulted to the most intense use. The cores, basically 6 and 7 and 2, the core areas of the city have a lot of just crazy, crazy intense zoning, C4 being one, where as the code was refined and the most intense uses were, pushed off into the most intense categories, if you were a drugstore, you were commercial. And so when it got upgraded, you became C2. And then as it got upgraded to C4, you became C4. So those categories don't actually reflect any use that ever existed on the property or any use that we would allow to exist on those properties today. They're just kind of crazy. They're out there. But they're not a good way to judge what would be appropriate today on a piece of property.
Except for they exist and they're approved by right, so they absolutely reflect.
They absolutely are. I mean,
Okay.
yes, if you own a piece of property and it's zoned C4 just because of that default mechanism, but you own it, yes, you can go into the code and see what would be allowed on C4, and you could do that. Generally speaking, and what saves us in wards 7, 2, and 6 from having that happen all over the place is that they're generally these little tiny pieces of property, and there aren't any C4 uses that'll fit on a little tiny piece of property. So it doesn't really work out that way. But yes, you're right. That's zoning. It's allowed by right. It runs with the land. It's there forever. So somebody needs to come in and change it.
Sure. In terms of traffic study, it is absolutely not required that applicant do a traffic study anymore.
Unless we require them to.
Absolutely, which wasn't done here.
Well, we're hearing this for the first time. So if you hadn't already done it, we might be telling you needed to go do it now in order for us to deliberate and make a decision.
Staff would be the one that would typically request it. This was continued.
Staff could request it,
Thank
but
you.
the commission or council could too.
There was I looked back through my files. There was basically a piece that came out. Frankly, I don't even know when we got this. I just found it in my notebook of files, but it was about the impact fees streets, and it says here that the resolution did not relinquish the authority of the city, the planning commission, or the traffic commission to require necessary studies. And this was in reference to traffic studies and applications.
Yeah, the agreement when the adoption of the impact fees took place was there was a policy of the Planning Commission to automatically require traffic studies of certain developments that met a certain threshold. That was done away with. So now traffic studies are only requested if city, the Traffic Commission, Planning Commission, or Council requests that it needs to be done by the applicant.
Yeah. Now, that said, I've been here 13 months, seen some pretty intensive items, never seen us send something out to have a traffic study done, just so we're clear on that, too. So I mean, we do have the authority to do it, according to what I was provided, but I've never seen us do that either.
I can think of some that probably would have been good to.
Maybe that's true.
Well, and again, I think it's important for us to keep in mind that's an option we have available. Developers will always tell you they don't have to, but that's up to us to decide. And frankly, the first time we discussed this, I indicated that it was going to be probably necessary. So it's not like that came as a surprise to anybody. You were already doing it, so.
Fair enough. However, I think you'd also agree that there's plenty of developers that would buck up and say, no, that's why I'm going to get, I'm going to pay a bunch of money at the impact fee stage. So I think that's a fair point.
I just think that's not the way that works, and that is a misunderstanding that exists and continues to be nurtured.
Fair point, but maybe in furtherance of Commissioner Craven's point, since the adoption of the impact fee ordinance, I haven't had a single case in which it's been asked that we do a traffic study.
Well,
I think we should move on from this point. Okay?
I do have
We got an
one question.
application, we got a traffic study, so maybe we should just go ahead.
And the question about the traffic study is, when was it submitted to the city? I mean, none of the staff report doesn't reflect any of what you've been telling us here today.
One of the problems with the way that perhaps there is a broad misunderstanding is when we submit these things, the first reaction is, it's not our job anymore. And so we have submitted it. BJ can tell me the exact date in which it was submitted. What's that? December the 18th, it was submitted, just short of a month. And again, traffic staff is no longer accustomed to, as part of their normal routine, simply taking them and reviewing them like they used to. But it's almost been a month that it's been in the hands of Public Works.
That's contrary to the information that I have. I was told that it was submitted the Wednesday before the ice storm, so.
Richard McCubbin with Traffic. I received the traffic study Wednesday, January 2nd at 4:10 p.m. in an email. And then we had the ice storm Wednesday and Thursday, and so we did not have the opportunity to review it.
The point being that it has not been reviewed by staff, it has not been discussed, it has not been looked at. We don't know whether any of these improvements will be made or can be made.
And that's why we're willing to say subject to Public Works approval.
And I'm saying we need the opportunity to look at this and have a chance to review it and see whether it even makes sense. Let's sit down and go through it and discuss it. I'm not in favor of just signing a blank check here. Oh, sure, this is all great, and we'll see if we can work out the traffic later. Site's too sensitive for that. Traffic is too big a component of the decision.
Well, again, we've got correspondence showing that we submitted to staff almost a month ago, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, but haven't you indicated that typically you don't provide comments anymore because it's no longer within what you do on these planning items?
We provide comments based on the application. We had no traffic study comment on it, so we did not comment on it. We received the study on the second.
Well, our correspondence reflects something very different. But again, you're not signing a blank check. You're providing a recommendation. And we will have almost a month and a half between now and City Council that Public Works will be able to review and make any comment.
I don't think that's the way this works. I don't think you can submit an incomplete application, ask us to go ahead and approve it, and indicate that you'll get all that fixed between now and City Council.
There's absolutely nothing incomplete about our application. We submitted a traffic
study. Staff hasn't had an
study.
opportunity to review the traffic component of it, which is a huge, huge piece of this application.
Well, we weren't required to do a traffic study.
Be that as it may.
And so to say what you said was an incomplete application.
So, I mean, would you prefer for us to tell you to go do a traffic study and then submit it and then we can come back and review it later? I mean, that's what would be happening if you hadn't.
Perhaps.
Well, just to kind of cut through the semantics here, I think that the traffic is a very critical component of this. And I think that if the staff's, how much longer would it take for the staff to make a recommendation? Because if it's going to be another 2 weeks, then maybe it's better for us just to continue. Because I agree that having the staff's recommendation on top of the report, the traffic study that Mr. Box has already done, would be beneficial for us. And so maybe that should be what we just vote up or down right now on.
I would say more than beneficial. I think it's critical.
We've had the opportunity to skim through the report. We really need to sit down and discuss with the engineers, see some engineered drawings, some of their proposals in the turn lanes and all. We're not sure if they're actually going to work.
if you're going to be able to make the turn that they're proposing, that northbound left turn to Western. And so we need to sit down. They need to have an opportunity to answer our questions. So I'm not sure if 2 weeks would do it for them.
Will it do it for you, is the question.
Well, like I said, we need to sit down and discuss it with them, and then they're going to have to answer our questions.
So would 2 weeks do it for you?
I think we'd like to have the item heard today.
Why is there why is there a TE in the staff report that says all improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed prior to a certificate of occupancy with the applicant in agreement that it's as approved by Public Works, but we didn't have ample opportunity to review it? It made it into our staff report that this traffic study was completed, but now it hasn't had time to be reviewed.
It doesn't say that it's completed.
It says all improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed. I'm asking the question because it's in the staff report. So it wasn't that the staff report didn't contemplate the traffic study. It clearly did.
I think, say what you just said.
I didn't say anything.
Right before he began.
Oh, tell me what was the general theme? I have no idea.
About, you said you wanted an answer today.
Yeah.
One case.
And I think that was anticipated, and I think that's why that's in there.
But the distinction is that we've had a traffic impact study by an independent body, but not one by the city itself, where the city itself has made their recommendation, and that is contemplated.
Just to be clear, the city won't do a traffic study.
The city won't.
They will review.
No, they will look at the one that's been provided.
And what I'm told is traffic staff agrees with our numbers and our findings. They perhaps have some questions about the geometry of it, but I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, you dispute the numbers and the findings. And that's what I was told immediately preceding the hearing. And so if it's a matter of putting a ruler to it, I don't know why we should delay this.
I think there's more to it than that.
The numbers and the findings in the report are reasonable. We agree with the land use code. We want to make sure that what they've provided, what they've proposed, is going to work physically and will compensate for the traffic that they're generating. We're going to need to sit down and work on that for a while.
I think the staff report also mentions that there are some funds available to do some street enhancements on Western Avenue, and it contemplates the addition of a bicycle lane. And so that might be something that you consider with the proposed solution, being able to accommodate all of those things anticipated with the street enhancements.
That is correct. There are some bicycle lanes that are part of the GeoBond project that are scheduled for Western Avenue. There's some other improvements in the area, so we have to make sure that all of it works together.
And that's no different than any other sewer or water or other technical matters that are worked out as the development moves forward. It doesn't change the analysis of whether or not...
It does in this case. This site is simply too sensitive based on, among other things, the traffic, to just say, oh, we'll work it out later. That's just not reasonable here, in my view.
And I don't think we're saying we'll work it out later.
It's exactly what you just said.
We will work with staff at the permitting stage between now and council, just like any other.
Just so everyone's clear, too, how long between this hearing and when it goes before city council?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, we're not hearing the merits of the application here. I think we should hear the merits of the application. We have a traffic study. We have a proposed solution. Public Works is going to review it. It has to go before council with that technical evaluation as a part of the recommendation. All we're talking about is traffic. I think we should hear the rest of the application. If we feel it's incomplete at that point, then we can talk about a continuance. We're not hearing anything except this one aspect of the application.
And I think that's just because it's kind of a threshold issue. If we want to hear, 2 hours worth of discussion on this and then continue it later, that's fine with me.
I guess we can decide if it's a threshold issue. To me, it is a component, and if we're going to send the applicant away with a continuance and then we come back 2 weeks later and there's other issues that we didn't discuss and then we get into, and now they're trying to continue it again, that's unfair to the people that took off work to be here, and it's unfair to the applicant. We've done that before on a number of occasions. So I don't think we should do that anymore, personally.
It's unfair to me, too. I don't like hearing them twice. I mean,
Well, if we want to move ahead, that's fine with me. Do we have any questions of Mr. Box other than the ones we've already asked him?
I have one question at the outset. What was the zoning of this site prior to SPUD 972?
A portion of it was C4.
What was the portion on the east side that fronts Western?
Yes.
And what was the west portion?
A portion of it would have been residential.
Okay.
I have one request. Can we take a brief intermission prior to really getting into this?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take 10 minutes.
Have they been there, though? A year, couple months. No. It was the broad one. Yeah, they like the shape. They like the first two rows are all right. The guy next to LeVar, Jessica Thompson, you know. Yeah.
I have a number of people who are signed up to speak. Did commissioners have any other comments or questions that they wanted before we do this? No? Okay. Jessica Thompson. Okay. Yes. This is my problem with these things. Is it Dylan Reeder?
My name is Dylan Reeder, and I have the office building that's directly east of their proposed site, 13th and Class, and I'm the very northwest boundary of Midtown. I have the office building in the land that's directly to the south. I've had that property for, I don't know, almost 15 years, and I just wanted to be here. I haven't been a part of any of the meetings, but I wanted to be here today to express my opinion. First of all, I'm very familiar with, if I'm not mistaken, is On Q, is that part of the Jack Griffiths back in the day? I grew up in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Go Pokes. So I'm going back 40 years, and I can tell you that even 40 years ago when I was a youngster, Jack Griffiths was a first-class operation and still remains today. And I can tell you from firsthand experience on Qs that I'm personally know and been to around the city that they're ran in a very professional way. So that's number one. Secondly, I've been in that particular location for many, many days and hours, early in the morning, late in the evening. I've seen a lot. I've had janitorial service guys that have been literally robbed at knife point. I've been threatened verbally. I've been threatened physically. Luckily, I'm still here. But that northwest part of Midtown is a very dark place as far as just lighting in general. And so, and obviously things are going that direction, finally. I'm here to say that I'm here to say today that I'm very excited about the possibility of on-queue going in across from a business. My office is actually, I look straight into what will be the front of their office or their parking lot every day, and I literally park right there on a daily basis. And I really believe that this is going to be a big-time benefit for Midtown and that particular part of the city, and I am 110% for it. And I would tell you that my tenants in my building are 110% for it as well. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did we have any questions of Mr. Reeder? Richard, is it Labarth?
Yes, Richard Labarth, 2207 Northwest 48th Street in Oklahoma City. And I represent a dozen different developers and property owners that own properties in Midtown, Sosa, and Class and 10 Penn. And they are all very, very excited at the prospect of an on-queue coming in. One of the folks that I represent, David Darby, had signed up to speak, but he had to leave because this went on quite a while. But I'm authorized to speak for him. I'll begin with him, if you don't mind. Mr. Darby and his partner own their Flying Tiger properties, and they own the property at 1307 North Klein, which is just at the end of this block. And they are fully supportive of this application. I know there's a great difference of opinion as to whether this will detract from home values or enhance them. We strongly believe it will enhance values not only of the immediate neighborhood, but of the entire area. And the primary reason for that is safety. This area is not walkable under any stretch of the imagination. I know that that's a stated goal in the city's literature, and we strongly believe that an on-queue, which has an excellent reputation for clean, safe, well-lit stores with security and so forth, will do wonderful things to aid in bringing safety to this area. It's a pretty dodgy area, and as I say, my wife, for example, I'm sorry this is anecdotal, but she won't gas up anywhere in the urban core. She'll go out to 23rd and Santa Fe, where there's an on-queue, or 36th and May, but when you start getting closer than that in the urban core, there just are not any good options available. Very quickly, if you want me to recite who my clients are, I'd be happy to do that. They're Sosa Properties, Flying Tiger Properties, Northline Development, Caleb Baker, Vincent Lee, Adam and Frank Hawes, brothers that develop in Midtown, Innovance LLC, BKDL Investments, Dismalchi LLC, and Elite Urban Homes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, Mr. Labarth? Thank you. Brent Irish.
Brent Irish of 1605 Mark Circle, Moore, Oklahoma. I'm with the current owners of this property, and as well as a number of Midtown and Sosa other residential lots. And we originally applied for a Spud, believing that we could get tenants, commercial and residential, over there. That this was we viewed this as a up and coming area, but we struggle with that, and it's just not safe enough. And it's dark. It's got some of the area's got a very seedy character to it, and this is the main corridor to enter the Sosa. I mean, from the north. This is an area you will drive through to get to many of the Midtown area residences. So we've stopped developing. Like we've got $5 to $6 million worth of projects that are on hold, residential projects that are on hold, looking to see what happens here. If OnQ doesn't come in, if this just that area just remains the dark, seedy area, and there's no safe, comfortable place for somebody to a convenience store in the area, then we're not going to develop the other residential properties that we have. So I just want to voice my support of OnQ, and I'll also say that we sought them out. They did not. They were not the ones that came looking for this. This is, as a developer in the area, we wanted something just like OnQ. Something well lit, something safe. This is what we believe will help not only this specific area but the whole Midtown area. Any questions?
Do you have any questions of Mr. Irish?
I have one. Mr. Irish, when you were looking at this parcel, when you were potentially going to develop it, what concerns did you have about the site? Did you have traffic concerns in developing it for retail use?
We did a traffic study then, and we're prepared to put a multi-story. We maximize the use of the space, and the traffic study was very much considered, and that it was not a problem. So that the traffic study supported a substantial development. We're talking close to 50,000 square feet, if I remember right, and the traffic was not an issue.
Okay, thanks. Just curious.
That's not exactly the way I remember that, but Colleen Hatfield.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Hatfield. I live at 1019 Northwest 14th, which is right there on the corner of 14th and Glasson. And right now I can look out my windows. I only see the little tiny Gulf station. And I see a historic home that's been there for a very long time on that corner now, a newer home that just got renovated in the last couple of years, and a green space that is very visible from my home and from everybody that is on Glasson right there, that is bounded by residential on several sides. I strongly oppose rezoning for a gas station there. You know, I first moved into Heritage Hills neighborhood in about 1990 when I was, I think, 12. And I bought my first house there at 14th and Glasson 5 years ago. In all that time, I have never thought, gee, I have nowhere to fill up my car. There are plenty of gas stations around. I also strongly disagree with the fact that it is a seedy, unsafe, dark area. It's not at all. And I mean, to say that people don't walk up and down Glasson, they recently added sidewalks all up and down the east side of Glasson. People walk up and down that stretch all the time. There are bus stops there. There's plenty of pedestrian traffic there. We do not need to make that intersection any more unsafe. I do not pay taxes in Oklahoma City so that OnQ can figure out the traffic, or so that OnQ can make the neighborhood safer and better lit. Those are the responsibilities of the city. So please, please oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Hatfield? Thank you. Jenna Johnson.
Hi, I'm Jenna Johnson, and I live directly next to the proposed Spud at 1118 Northwest 13th Street. I also take issue with the area being called seedy. As I'll show you here in our slide, our beautiful historic home is directly next to where the proposed Spud would be. Okay, I said I would know how to do this, and okay, there we go. This is just a slide. I have a slide presentation for you today because we really do love our neighborhood. My husband and I moved into it 2 years ago, and we're married in our home right there at the property next to where the proposed Spud is located. The goals of planning and zoning are to minimize the adverse effect upon surrounding property, contribute to revitalization, promote infill development that is compatible and harmonious with adjacent uses, and maintain consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. I've read through the entire file. I've read through the entire city's comprehensive plan, and these two just don't jive. Here is, again, a picture of, an aerial picture of where the location is. If you see the house at the top left that's currently standing there, and I'll show it to you, it's this house right here. It was fully renovated in 2018. We watched it for a year be renovated. It sold for $165,000, 5/1/2017, was completely gutted and renovated, and then it was purchased in July of 2018 for the amount of $331,000 for the purpose of demolition by OnQ. That's where the drive-through will go, and it's directly next to our house. Again, in this picture, it's in the top left corner, where the white is, where the white dashes are. If you look at the one in the bottom left corner, it's this home. It was built in 2015 by Oklahoma City Housing Services Redevelopment Corporation, Inc., under the Strong Neighborhood Initiatives Program, partnering with Positively Paseo. It just is very inconsistent to think that this house will be demolished for a drive-through when it was put there to spur the growth in Class and 10-pin area, which it has. So this is the house, like I said, in the bottom left here, that will be demolished. And the fact of the matter is, OnQ does not need these residences in order to exist there. They can have their footprint. They take their footprint and they make it smaller. They won't have to take those houses, and they won't have to rezone that area to residential. From residential. Here again, this is off oklahomacity.gov webpage. The home that is set to be demolished is the upper left one. Positively, and this says, Positively Paseo is pleased to partner with S&I in an effort to revitalize the Class and 10-pin neighborhood by building new homes on long vacant lots. These aren't seedy homes. The one to the right and in the middle is directly across the street. It's Valerie's home. She'll be speaking here in just a moment. And these homes were placed there to spur growth in the Class and 10-pin area, which it has absolutely. The houses all along our street, which is 13th, are being renovated. The one next to us, clearly, that now OnQ owns, has been fully renovated. And not just a lipstick job. They gutted it. It's beautiful. Here's our home. It's a 3-story home, fully renovated in 2017. We purchased it for $395,000, and it sits approximately 15 feet from the property line of the proposed Spud 1092. In fact, if you look to the left there, that's the house, the historic home that I was telling you about. It's been fully and completely renovated. Hasn't even been lived in by anyone. Will be demolished, and a drive-through will be placed there, which doesn't need to go in. And parking as well. That's the purpose. These are just some quotes, and to save time, I won't read them because they are from the staff report. We 100% support the staff report that came out. The Spud does not comply with or is not in conformance with the Oklahoma City Comprehensive Plan. It just isn't. The flow from Midtown, Heritage Hills, Nesta Park, through the Plaza, it's doing great. Houses are being placed there, appropriate buildings are being placed there. This would be a huge interruption to that flow in that area. I won't discuss the traffic issues, but some of the other issues with respect to the nonconformance with Oklahoma City's comprehensive plan is that in Initiative 5 of Strengthen OKC. It states we will support the Strong Neighborhood Initiative, which, as I stated before, that's who helped with the home there that's slated to be demolished based on the plan. Under Policy C8, existing alleys are to be maintained. Under Policy C9, the maintenance of historical lot and block sizes where possible and appropriate should be implemented as well. Clearly, there's traffic issues. I won't go into detail about them. My colleague here, if she's allowed to speak next, will speak on the next slides. But before I go, so I don't have to get back up here again, there's staff report recommendations we 100% concur with, but I do want to add to that a couple of additional requests. That, number one, at minimum, if this passes, please keep the residential zoning to maintain the integrity of these two existing homes, not taking out a chunk of the residential of the Class and 10-pin area, which we've really tried to rebuild. Eliminate the drive-through. Most of these are already in the staff recommendation. The illuminated west-facing wall signs, the green belt, decrease the intensity of the use and footprint, repave the existing alley, which, although OnQ did speak with us about that, I don't think it's part of the Spud. So that would definitely be a requested requirement. And then obviously implement acceptable plan for traffic issues noted in the staff report. And then one last request, I think the current application has an 8-foot wall height requirement, and we would request that to be 10 feet. As the existing fence that we have right now is just 8 feet. It's 8 feet, correct? Yeah. And we can clearly see that entire property. So that's all I have.
Do you have any questions of Ms. Johnson?
You, excuse me, you said demolished. Is these the homes you're talking about relocating? Okay.
Right, but there's no plans in the Spud. We've seen absolutely no paperwork with respect to moving, and one has a cement slab and one has a huge basement. It's just not feasible to replace those. And we also don't want the residential taking there. Even if they moved the homes, they would still be rezoning that residential area to commercial, and we oppose that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valerie Wigman. I live at Northwest 12th, 1128 Northwest 12th. I'm going to talk about the traffic issues. Now, there's obviously, I'm really glad to hear that y'all are going to go over that a little bit more in depth, because I think that that's really important. My main thing is that right now, northbound on Western, when you hit Classen, AM, PM, peak hours, it's backed up, sometimes all the way back past 12th Street, like the branch that goes into Classen, so it kind of dog legs there. If, even with the proposed developments, like they talked about putting in the left-hand turn lane and different things like that, and then also putting the left-hand turn lane at that intersection for western northbound traffic, that turn lane actually starts after 12th Street, so like right there between 12th Street and Classen, that's where that turn lane starts. I don't know if there's even room at that intersection to do a turn lane, but even if there is, I'm glad he said that it would mitigate the problem, because it definitely doesn't solve the problem. Because you're going to have all that excess traffic coming from OnQ that's going to be leaving then either from the front or Northwest 12th exits, going through that intersection to go north is going to be a huge problem, because as that turn signal goes, you still have the people going straight, and it's still one lane all the way back. Like, it's still a one-lane road, and just adding one little turn lane, having lived there and seen the traffic constantly, I mean, I can't even go that way I don't ever use that intersection anyway. I have to go around to the 12th Street and Classen intersection, which has an F rating. They haven't talked about any solutions for that, because they said people can just go to a different intersection. But the problem with that is that it's already an F rating, or it will be a F rating after they do their proposed improvements. But if you're going south, that's still an issue, because you can either go south through 13th, from 13th out and go south in Classen, and you have to go through that intersection, or go out the 12th exit, go south on Western, dogleg over through that F-rated intersection to get back on Classen South. So you still have all these problems that weren't actually addressed by the traffic study that I personally take issue with. But then also, the traffic report does mention the school traffic of this elementary school children, AM peak hours, going to and from school. But it mentions it once and never mentions it again, doesn't mention any, solutions to that. And that's a huge problem, because if you go over there, I mean, there's tons of kids just walking to school from that Classen 10 PID neighborhood to that elementary school that's a block away. So I definitely have an issue with that, too. It makes our neighborhood less family-friendly in general when you take into account all of these traffic issues, which we all know brings property values down. But that's not the issue, but the big issue is safety. That's why it brings property values down, because it's not as safe. The other thing, too, is that there aren't any transitional areas, so you're going from just straight residential to this big, commercial zoning. And the thing is, yes, the zoning is consistent all the way up, up from Western. You have one lot zoning commercial, but when you get to on Q, it's not. I mean, what they're proposing is not the same depth. So you're taking essentially 8 lots, 6 of which are currently residential. Is that right? About six residential lots, pairing them with 2 commercial lots, and now making this giant. And it's 3 times at least as deep as any of the commercial zoning on Western, on the east side of Western there. And that's huge. You're cutting into, you're creating an island into this residential area that's going to cause a lot of problems no matter how you look at it. Now, with all of the backups on 12th and 13th at the intersection of Classen going south or north from that gas station, now there is going to be backup, and all of that excess traffic is going to back up and have to go reroute through 13th and 12th, up and then through and then out alternate sources. I live right there, I won't be able to use Classen. I'll have to go completely around and out of my way to get back onto Classen during peak hours. And that's a problem for me, having access. The other things, let's see, go back. So we talked about those. I'm going the wrong way. I'm so sorry. This is my first rodeo. Nope. So the neighboring property issues, also, yeah, let's see. So I already covered that. I'm so sorry. So neighboring property issues, land use of multiple lots, covered that, no transitional area. Closing off of an alley, which also will create more traffic and create those houses to have to go around then to get onto Classen, where they might have currently or previously used that alley to connect to Classen. The 24-hour operation. Now, I know that we had some business owners come out to support OnQ today. That's great. You don't have to live at and sleep at your job, where this 24-hour operation is going to be polluting our area with light, sound, and trash smells. So I know that the lighting that they said LED, that's what they're doing. They're saying that the crime rate is going to be affected because they're going to have good lighting, but they're also not going to have light pollution, which they say is because of the LED lighting. However, I don't think that that's completely accurate. I was reading, there's actually a National Geographic's article about how LED light is actually just as light polluting as regular light. I just read that today, or I would have put it in here. But the sound also, I know that they're not going to have a speaker in the drive-through, but you still have a person in a car talking at a concrete wall, which is then going to bounce back up. And I don't know if my house is right there. It's literally right in the line of where that echo would hit. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No, here we go. So if you look at where the drive-through is going to be, right on the very edge of those houses that they're going to tear down, my house is right there, catty corner. So it's literally going to reflect right into my house. So blue LED lighting keeps people awake. It has an adverse effect on your sleep cycles. The the trash smell, I don't care how good of a dumpster you have, a week-old trash or however biweekly, it's going to stink. It's going to smell. You're going to have noise pollution. You're going to have light pollution. And that's, again, I mean, it's a huge issue, and that's what you're paying when you put an island of commercial into this, you're cutting into this big residential area. Everyone that we've talked about redundant land use, people to that point have said things like, well, they're seedy gas stations or they're not great locations or people don't want to, or that we deserve a high-end gas station. I'm saying these property owners and these gas stations have been here for a long time. They're established. And the thing is, we're very close in this area to one of the bigger transient populations in the city. And that's fine. Like, I still use all those gas stations. Like, I don't think my area's, I don't think my neighborhood's seedy. Like, I walk to that gas station and to that bar, like, really frequently. And I've never felt unsafe. And it is improving because of the neighborhood initiatives that Oklahoma City thankfully has taken. And those are investments that are paying off, and we are seeing that in our neighborhood. And so I don't feel like it's shady, but also, no gas station, no business wants, loitering is not good for business. I've talked to the owners and the managers at each and every one of those other gas stations, and the police response time, as it should be, is about 20 or 30 minutes to a loitering call, which is a lot. Okay, and these are places that have security guards. They're offering the same amenities to police officers. And I think it's unrealistic to think that OnQ is going to create this bubble that is unaffected by all the same problems that all these other gas stations are having. And so I don't think that's a legitimate point, I think, to make when we're thinking about whether to let this OnQ in. And I think that was the only thing that there was a minority of people at the meeting last night that were in favor of OnQ, but those were the kind of the main concerns that I heard from them. Also, as to the flavor of OKC, OKC's worked so hard to develop. In the last 10, 15 years, everyone that has lived here for more than 10 years knows how far OKC has come in downtown. We have revitalized. We have so much more local flavor than we used to have, and that's because we have put efforts into these initiatives. The NBA put the Thunder here because we have a great trajectory. We have great numbers because we don't have a lot of big chain restaurants and big chain operations in that square between the interstates that houses downtown. And I think that with everything else we have going on, we have wonderful things going on downtown and in Midtown and Plaza. I feel like OnQ doesn't fit that at all. And I feel like I would have an issue, even if I didn't live close, with this OnQ coming in and being kind of I think, an eyesore. I mean, I know it looks great. I don't think it fits. And then, I guess, last thing, I don't know what the Planning Commission views as the benefits of approving this application are. The only thing I can think of personally, I don't know if this is why, but tax revenue, which I feel like would be, all these other gas stations, one at least will for sure close down, but I just feel like it would be a redistribution of that revenue. I don't think it would, I think if we approve this straight because of revenue, I think it would be short money. I don't think it would build a foundation for good revenue later, as much as y'all investing in the neighborhood initiatives and the things that y'all have done to make Oklahoma City so unique and have so much flavor. I think that that's where we need to keep our ducks, That's where we need to keep them. As much as I love those buffalo chicken tornadoes, they're delicious. But that's all I had. Questions?
Do you have any questions of Ms. Wiegman?
I do have one. Do you live on 12th Street? Do you abut the alley, or do you live on the other side of the street? I didn't quite.
I'm on the south side of the street, 3 houses over, in the 3rd house.
Okay, but I'm sorry, the lady that spoke before you live on the alley. Is that correct? I'm just curious, as somebody who lives on the alley, I meant to ask you and I didn't, you got away from me, but how you feel about the alley being closed as opposed to being open, if you feel like that's going to be a detraction to the neighborhood or if that's going to be a benefit to the neighborhood. If you wouldn't mind commenting on that, I'm curious.
We do prefer to have that open.
And help me understand that, because I guess it's counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, well, let me, is there a, because I don't have a pointer and I don't have a short, do you have one in your house? Yeah. Okay, well.
So the issue will just be logistically, you think it'll be getting into your garage. That's the reason you'd prefer for it to be open. Because right now you can just back out into the alley and go. And you think that will affect it.
Closing out will certainly affect our accessibility to our garage.
Okay.
Well, do you access Classen from the alley? You can't access Classen. Is that right?
Western.
Yeah, but you can't go south. I mean, east back to Classen, right?
No, you mean from the alley? From the alleyway, when we get out of our garage, we just go straight to Western.
Okay.
So if I'm, going downtown.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I go south on Western into.
I would tell the commissioners, when we rezoned this property approximately 18 months ago, the question about the alley was a huge point of negotiation and debate. And there was an overwhelming consensus among the neighbors that the alley needed to stay open, that it needed to be repaired from some of the damage that was being done to it.
Construction.
Because of development and construction. And the commitment to do that was part of the rezoning that was done 18 months ago, that it would be kept open, that it would be repaired and improved with stamped concrete. They actually wanted the bricks put back in place, but Public Works does not favor that idea. So the alley was a huge thing.
So the alley's remaining open, though, even in this application, with improvement.
It's not remaining.
No, they're
closing it.
They're closing entrance to the alley on the east side of the property.
The alley will remain open
On the
west
west
of our
side.
side.
West of your
We're
side.
not touching
So you can get out to
anything but our
Klein.
side.
Right.
And Uncu has agreed to repave the entirety of the alley west of our site that needs to be repaved moving towards Klein.
A portion of it was recently repaved when there were some condos, for lack of a better term, that's built on the corner of 13th and Klein. I can't remember if that was a planning commission case or board of adjustment case, but they repaved the alley, which, was it both?
It was both, yeah.
Okay. I knew I saw it somewhere. But and that was when they were talking about repaving that with pavers, and the Public Works said, no, do concrete. So they repaved a portion of it already, correct?
A very small portion of it down at the, on the west side.
Okay, that's what I thought. Same alley. I just want to make sure I had my...
Mohammed, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce this name. Say it again for me. Come where I can hear you and tell me again.
Yeah, my name is Mohammed Safdar.
Would you give us your address, please?
I'm sorry?
Your address, for the record?
Yes, 1321 North Classen. That small gas station over there, I own that one. I am I own small businesses in Oklahoma City, in Edmond, and some other parts of the Oklahoma City. And my concern and my reservation is Uncu coming over there. I am here to raise the voice for the small businesses who are going to be negatively, impacted and negatively being, Uncu being over there. since, I want to see that the essence of the neighborhood and the privacy of the neighborhood must not be compromised. And also, the flavor of the city now started having in Oklahoma City should not, must be intact. And also, secondly, I mean to say that if this neighborhood really needs this giant symbol of a corporate on their face, having said that, because since already, those conveniences and also the needs of the neighborhood are being addressed and are being provided by all those small businesses around there, as far as gas is concerned, or cigarettes are concerned, or some other things, which small neighborhood needs, they're all being provided by those small businesses. And as far as Uncle coming saying that they're going to bring something new in that area, I don't think this is correct. This is incorrect, because all those services they are going to offer, they are already being provided by the other businesses around there. And as far as, for example, I heard a lot about saying that, above and beyond means OnQ is going to do this, OnQ is going to do that, but we have to consider that OnQ is going to do that because they are multi-million, have sources. And that's why they are willing to close that alley, which is most needed by the neighbors. And they are going to move all those small houses which are the part of that historical place over there in the neighborhood. And, because they are so saying that, powerful, they can do all that. I operated that business over there for myself 5 years. I know when there's a peak times, for example, in the morning time and in the evening, how much problem we have as far as traffic is concerned. There is a huge problem. Already if you see the records, you're going to see and find out there are going to be a lot of accidents, being shown in the past. And also OnQ, if OnQ thinks that they are going to bring the ease, peace, or some kind of a convenience in the neighborhood, in my opinion, they are not. Instead, what they're going to do, they're going to be more loitering, there are going to be more panhandling, there are going to be more sounds, there are going to be more traffic jams, there are going to be more accidents. And thirdly, for example, if OnQ think that they are going to, for example, bring a new investment, it's not going to be a new investment. It's a kind of shifting, sources and money from one hand to another, from one pocket to another pocket, from poor to riches. So, all this, these things, I have to say, and especially, the traffic thing, and also the compromising the very essence of the privacy and the flavor of the neighborhood and Midtown and the Bricktown, that all that giant sitting over there is not going to fit the purpose of the neighborhood. Having all that said, I would humbly request the authorities and those who have a power in their hand, who are going to make the decision, that they must consider all these concerns and reservations of the neighborhood and common people like us. Thank you very much. Any question?
Do we have any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jessica Thompson.
Jessica Thompson. I live at 1414 Northwest 14th Street in the neighborhood. I wanted to touch base on Positively Paseo. I served on that board for 4 years. Actually served on that board when all those homes were built that were shown earlier. One of the homes that is being torn down, that is the Positively Paseo home, was a market rate home. So it was built by Positively Paseo and in the S&I part of the neighborhood, but its purpose was to bring up property values, and it did. That house was 1,300 square feet, and it sold for $153,000. That's 117 a square foot in the neighborhood. Properties today in the neighborhood are selling between $150 to $190 a square foot. So if this home and the other home go, that will not negatively affect the neighborhood in terms of value, because it's still where that helped trigger the comps to go up in the neighborhood. I'm a realtor, so I contribute that information because I'm a neighborhood realtor, and I just recently sold a property for $150 a square foot in the neighborhood. Another part is that in terms of the alleyway, which I use sometimes when I go up Western, I take the alleyway home, or I take it when I leave, just kind of varies. With that previous development on 13th and Klein, we really wanted the brick paved alleyway, and we didn't get that. We wanted it because it was already brick paved, and that was part of the historic look that dates back to when that alleyway was put in. Now there is no brick really, except for where the on-queue is now, and it's severely, it's bad. There's lots of potholes in there. You can't really, I drive a Prius, so it's pretty rocky when I take that alleyway, but that being said, if it were to close, I don't think it would be the worst thing. I've had neighbors complain about, they've actually had to call the cops on a woman passed out on their property that backs up to the alleyway. They weren't sure if she was alive or dead, so they had to call the cops, and the cops came and got her. Apparently she was high, and they took her off. And then recently we had snow in the neighborhood, and one of the neighbors sent me a photo of their vehicle, and you could see footprints that had walked up to the side windows looking into the vehicle. And then they, as the homeowner left, they traced where those footsteps had come from, and they had come from the neighborhood south of Class of 10 Penn Metro Park on Northwest 8th Street. So I think in terms, there is crime that happens in this alleyway. There is a lot of crime that happens on 12th Street. Cops have been called multiple times. I've been there. When the cops have been called on 12th Street, we do have issues. To downplay the crime that happens there does not justify what actually happens on that street and in the alleyway. I also wanted to mention the idea that if traffic is a really big concern for neighbors that's coming down Western, I mentioned on-queue, possibly if they have to, maybe even closing down southbound Western. Because it is a spot where it is hard to turn left because traffic, there's a yield sign there, and a lot of people barely yield, and they just keep going. So that is, I think, that might really help get rid of some traffic that you wouldn't really necessarily see go down Western. I think a lot of the traffic that goes down Western also takes I-40 because you can get on I-40 from Western, but they're changing that. I believe there's going to be a circle there, a roundabout, and so I think some of that traffic that would initially be going down Western Avenue anyway will be going down Classen once that circle is done. So I don't think there will necessarily be added traffic when that on-queue goes in there because of the on-queue and because of that roundabout, and most people going north, some of them are getting off the highway going to work. The other part is I support on-queue. I like their quality of gas. The gas stations nearby, the one on 13th there, 13th and Western, they don't have, they have ethanol in their fuel. My husband's a mechanic. He strongly believes in buying 100%, sometimes even 91 as opposed to 89. There's gas stations on Reno and Sheridan and Western. Same goes there. It's 10% ethanol, not full, 100% gasoline. And I also wanted to say that I've talked with OnQ. I asked them to put in bike racks for the neighborhood because our neighborhood is walkable. I do see kids leaving the elementary school and walking to OnQ and getting a slushie. My kids have done that when I've picked them up from school. We go to OnQ sometimes on 63rd and Portland, and we get them a slushie. So I do see kids utilizing on-cue in terms of that. I don't think it'll necessarily hurt the neighborhood having an on-cue there. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of Ms. Thompson?
You had a wonderful assistant.
I'm sorry, come forward if you would, please.
Yes, 13 and Klassen has both the gases, E10 and 100%. And also one down on Main Street and Western, they have the both gases. 36 VP has the both gases. Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to be heard?
I'm Jim Priest, 1100 Northwest 14th Street. I'm CEO of Sunbeam Family Services, which is located immediately north of the subject property. I apologize I didn't get here in time to sign in. And first I want to thank the Commission for your service. As I've sat through several hours here, I've thought this is a very challenging job, and I'm appreciative of your service. The question you all have to resolve is not whether or not On-Q is a good corporate citizen. I don't think there's any question that they have been. Jim Griffith is a friend of mine. I like shopping at their stores. The question is whether or not this is an appropriate use of this land. And there's multiple factors, and I've checked with all the people involved with Sunbeam staff and board, and there's a multitude of opinions like you've heard here today. Some are in favor of it, some are opposed to it. Sunbeam does not take a position opposing or supporting, but we do have concerns. And I think chief among them is the traffic concern. My employees and folks that come for services at Sunbeam navigate that intersection, and it is unarguably a tricky intersection. I don't think it's the kind of thing that can be addressed on down the road. I think the answers to the questions that have been raised about the traffic need to be definitively addressed before this could be approved. We have, one of the services that Sunbeam provides is a shelter for senior citizens who have been displaced from their home because of abuse or neglect or some other homeless traumatic event. And it's located directly across the street from where the proposed On-Q would be. So I have some concerns for the safety of my shelter residents, as well as increased traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The other concern I have is for the school, the elementary school that we have a relationship with that's not too distant, and I have concerns that traffic will try to avoid that tricky intersection at Western Class and 13th and cut through that neighborhood. But as I've listened last night at the meeting and another meeting before that and today, frankly, all of us are engaging in speculation. We're all guessing about either what will or won't transpire with traffic, with lighting, with crime, and that's where your crystal ball gazing comes in, I guess. You have to take all the facts that are available to you. But when there are as many concerns raised as there have been both by staff and by citizens speaking here today, I think the word of wisdom is to go slow and to make sure that those things are addressed before approving. I think the traffic study does need to be examined more carefully. There's apparently a dispute about when exactly staff got it. But setting that aside, I think what I heard was that we're really not ready to address that from a staff perspective. So I would urge the Commission to proceed cautiously, to do the very best job that you can, as you always do, to evaluate the context of the circumstances, and I wish you luck in that endeavor. And that, I'll be glad to stand for cross-examination.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Priest? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Stephanie Nachitillo.
I'm Stephanie Nachitello, and I live at 1108 Northwest 11th, so I'm on the south side of 11th, which may be outside the 300 feet, but I own 2 lots there. One's a vacant lot in my backyard, and I also own 3 other properties in the neighborhood. So I just want to raise my opposition as well. I like OnQ. No doubt if they go in, I'll be one of their customers from time to time. But I don't want to see, I agree with everyone else. My neighborhood is not seedy, it's not dangerous, it's not dark. I may have had that same opinion before I moved in 10 years ago. So it's come a long way since then, and I like it the way it is now. I don't want to increase the traffic, don't want to increase the light, the noise, or the the pollution from the trash and people. So I just want to say I'm opposed as well.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Nachitello? Thank you. That's all of the slips I have. Is there anybody else who wants to be heard? Mr. Box?
If I may briefly, I want to focus on the 2 homes. Repeatedly they said it'd be demolished and that they couldn't be moved. Mr. Griffith actually has estimates from a company that does these things and moves homes. They evaluated both homes. They know that they can move them, and we are in possession of the estimate to actually move those. He's working with Positively Paseo. In terms of it being a strong initiative program house, that's incorrect. It wasn't. I think Ms. Thompson touched on that. The depth of commercial, this is not the deepest commercial. In fact, the Sunbeam, where it is developed, if you look north of us, it actually goes much further, at least a lot, if not 2, further west into the neighborhood that this one does. So this is not some sort of precedenting island creating commercial zoning that exists around us. So that's all I wanted to touch on. In terms of, again, the traffic, we're happy to work and continue to work. What I would suggest is that we make the TE, and the point was raised, obviously staff contemplated because they put a TE in the staff report. We are required to do the improvements at our cost, subject to approval by the Public Works Department. And we're happy to continue to work with Public Works between now and City Council. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any additional questions you might have, and we'd ask for your approval. Thank you.
1 second, I'm sorry. What did you say about the TEs?
Sure. So let me get it real quick. We could not agree to TE1. TE number 2, we would agree to eliminate the illumination of the west-facing wall sign. We still want the sign. We'll eliminate the illumination. I think staff's concern was the light shining towards the neighborhood, but we do still want the sign. We can't agree with 3, 4, or 5. We do agree with 6 and are happy to add the additional provision about subject to Public Works approval. As you heard, they do agree with the numbers. They want to make sure that it all fits. And so whatever they say that we have to do is what we will have to do.
Well, where do we want to start with this? Do we want to just start at one end and go around, or I did have a couple of questions. How much additional depth are you taking here off of?
1 lot.
So 125-foot lot? Because that's what the original plat was.
I'm not sure what the depth of those lots are. 50 feet.
50 feet. So an additional 50 feet.
Right. And one other thing, the drive-through is not 24-hour. It was mentioned as 24-hour operation. The drive-through is not a 24-hour function. The drive-throughs at their other stores close at 11 p.m. So the drive-through component is not a 24-hour operation.
Okay. There's some things I have to say that were discussed here today that I did not read as part of my staff report. And so I'm a little confused about things like the drive-through. Are you indicating that there is an hour of operation applied to the drive-through?
Yes.
So 11 p.m. is what you're suggesting? What time is it open in the morning?
It's midnight. It depends. 6 a.m. I think is the typical time. On Sunday, what it reflected was 7 a.m. But those are the typical hours of operation.
So 6 a.m. to midnight?
Yes.
I would just note that when we did the bank drive-through on the previous rezoning case 18 months ago, it was 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. But also, there's not anything reflected in the staff report about there not being any speaker or
It's in the Spud.
I wish I had the Spud in front of me because, as I said, there were a number of things like that were discussed that were not part of our review or my review. They were not provided.
That's been a consistent theme that we have obviously told people throughout, but if Planning Commission is more comfortable with adding additional TE to ensure, that's fine. But we've been consistent in that message that there absolutely will be no speaker box whatsoever.
Is there any on-queues that have a speaker box?
No.
That point is sort of well taken. One of the issues that I have, and maybe we should do this in some kind of more orderly manner, but there are a number of uses that are permitted in the rezoning application other than uses that would typically be associated with the operation of an on-queue. And I realize that part of that is having to fit the uses you want into our use unit classifications.
Right.
But if for some reason this on-queue does not get built, and I understand it was not your client's first choice of a site, and that there are some remediation issues that still remain to be done with respect to cleaning up the pollution on the site and so on and so forth. So if this use of this property does not move forward, as the use of the property did not move forward 18 months ago when we rezoned it, then we would be left with things like a fast food restaurant on this location. And that's kind of problematic.
We're happy to add restrictions that our intent is to develop an on-queue. So if we need to add some provisions that these uses are simply accessory to the operation of a gas station and therefore not a standalone independent use, that's fine too.
Which uses are those specifically? The fast food, drive-through order?
My guess, I guess, that's what the concern would be.
You got to have gas large, right? And
You
the
think
others
pumps are large?
Yeah, I think everything above 1 or 2 is a large.
Yeah, it's large. Large. You got food. You need food and bev. You need admin and professional, probably. It's no big deal.
I don't see any of the uses that we would be concerned with any of them not being required to be part of the intended end user.
All of the uses?
I don't know why office would be problematic for anybody, but all of the uses that were put in here to make sure we covered the operation of an on-queue, we're fine with. I think that would be alcoholic beverage retail sales, the convenience sales and personal services, the outdoor sales and display, eating fast food drive-through, eating sit-down, food and beverage retail sales. Obviously, the gasoline large is the main use unit. retail.
And all three of the personal services and retail? All of the uses at the top of page 3?
Yes, sir.
You need?
Yes, sir.
So then the ones that remain accessory would be admin. That's really it.
Really, that would be the only non-accessory use. It might be just as easy just to say all of them would be.
Yeah.
I don't see any other uses that would not be an accessory to the operation, except maybe the office.
Okay.
Okay. Do we want to do this way? Commissioner Hensley, do you have comments, questions, a point you want to make?
Yes, I do. I can speak from my experience in the past because I've lived at on-cue I live within a mile of on-cue location at Northwest Expressway and Wilshire Boulevard, which was, I guess, your second one in town. I can't remember. But at any rate, long story short, I think, well, it won't be that short. As David said, that was a slip. As David said, that intersection, while not quite as complicated as this intersection, is, and it's not necessarily visible from looking at the map, but it is. It's got the curvy road for Wilshire coming in there. It's got a significant queuing effect, had a significant queuing effect on Northwest Expressway to turn back into these very large and very dense neighborhoods that go back to the west there. There's an exit from that neighborhood that came out there that was suggests that we on-cue installed a light on. Drainage problems existed that were significant that the city had not addressed. And all of those issues were addressed. Those were concerns by the neighbors. They were addressed by on-cue. Improved that intersection significantly, both from an appearance standpoint, an intersection operation standpoint, a safety standpoint. There's nothing about that intersection that was not made better by on-cue. It was a complete disaster. And I've lived in this area for longer than I care to admit to anybody because I don't want you to know how old I am. But at any rate, it's a long time, and that property sat fallow and undeveloped for 25 of the years more than 25, probably close to 25 of the years that I lived there. And so that, and this is I believe, one of your large footprint stations. It functions tremendously. It works. Traffic flow has been improved in the area, and I can't stress enough, and I've not heard any of the neighbors that lived in this area, because one of the concerns that was raised was lighting, and that lived around here. There's significant apartment complexes developed there. There's significant, a huge residential area, and light was a concern, spillover light. All of the matters that have been mentioned here today, for the good portion of them, were parts of that development. Now, and I will say, I voted and to deny this application, and I can honestly say that I was incorrect. It was not a good idea. It was one of the votes that I think that I've seen over the years, and this is with the advantage of 6-7 years of time. I don't know exactly, but I've watched it since then. I've watched it closely because I voted to deny it, and it was a close vote on the commission, as I recall. I mean, it was 6-3, 7-2. I wasn't the only one. But at any rate, we were wrong. This has benefited greatly this area in traffic flow and improvements. Secondly, the point about additional development that has gone on there. If you're looking at the picture, the two white buildings that were here, this was an old, run-down strip, quote, shopping center that was owned and was never, ever developed. And by the way, the on-cue lot was vacant. It was completely vacant for all that time. The retail, the center that went in back to the west down Northwest Expressway there is now been redeveloped. They have tenants in there. They have businesses in there. The whole corner has significantly changed its appearance, its viability, et cetera. And that is, in my view, deeply akin to what we have here at this particular corner. I used to office down the street east of 13th and Classen. I'm and I've officed at 12th and 13th and Chartel. I've officed in this area, spent a lot of time in this area, and nothing's happened down here, with the exception of the coming residential. But that corner has looked the same, with the exception of Sunbeam and some of the other parcels that have developed but down that street. That corner has looked the same since 1986, 1985. Nothing's happened. And so I do view this as a potential catalyst to development. I can't predict, as Mr. Priest said, but my experience has shown that this similar development that occurred in my neighborhood, less than a mile away, has been a benefit to that area and has been a benefit, I think, I would suggest, to the city and this whole area. They've been good citizens. They've run a nice place. We don't need to go into that. But so far as the traffic, et cetera, I think the traffic, based on what they've told me, and we can't predict, and I know there's a little bit more work to be done, but I truly think it will be better than it has been. And with the improvements, and by the way, the improvements that they're contemplating, which they're paying for, which I think has meaning to their commitment to the area. If they weren't committed to the area, I don't think they'd be wanting to open up their pocket and pay a bunch. And the improvement that they made to Northwest Highway and Wilshire there has benefited me personally. So, that being said, I think this is a benefit, and I'm telling you, I view Classen Boulevard as a gateway into areas that we're spending a lot of money on, and we've spent a lot of money. Starting back down at Northwest, where you come off I-44 and drive by Edna's and drive by the Hilo building. I wish Jim would buy that corner, but that's another conversation. But as you move down there, I think that these type of improvements improve our gateway into downtown. And I think Classen is an important piece of our development. And whether you like gas stations or not, we need them. We don't have mass trans that's meaningful yet. We're working on it. It's getting better. And so we need them. And I think this area is, regardless, somewhat underserved with a facility such as this. So I'm speaking from my own experience, my own mistake, my own error, that, I would, if I was going back, I'd change my vote that I had then, and I support this. And it's been said that they're demolishing homes, and I guess the thing that, the connotation in which that is made is that it just seems to me that there's some sort of notion that they've taken these homes and they're tearing them down. Somebody sold them to them, right? They bought them. That was a transaction. So maybe they haven't yet, maybe they will, but it's an arm's length deal. There is a purchase there. So, hey, if somebody wants to sell their home, that's fine. And if whoever buys it, people buy property and tear it down all the time. That's part of development. That's part of the process. So that's my view on the application. I strongly support it.
I don't have any experience like Mike has with the previous application, but
I do have experience just on queue in general. I've found myself, I tend to seek out on queues when I go get gas. I don't know what it is. I think they're just nicer. They got better facilities. I like good gas. They have good gas. One right by my house. The only thing I wish was different about that, it was closer to my house on the other side of the highway. But, I'm also in support. I see it as a good thing, and I honestly think it will improve traffic in that area. Again, that's just speculation. I'm not a traffic expert. But.
Am I correct in the property is currently zoned C4 except for the back part, which is residential?
No, previously it was. It's zoned in a Spud now. It was zoned.
Spud now?
Right, a Spud now.
So take the residential part out of this. What could be built there under that Spud?
A 6-story residential with bank and drive-through and some parking.
I read
There's a
the PUD
restaurant
say
or something that was
4 stories.
4 stories. It's only 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had heard 6 earlier from the developer. I thought 6. Maybe there's some parking elements to it or something. But yes, that's what could be built.
With a rooftop restaurant.
I tend to agree with Mike and Mr. Hensley that this is a benefit to this area.
Would it be in my ward? Yes. With it being my ward, I would love the courtesy of having the last word today, if that,
sure.
If the others would be so kind.
Hensley can't make any promises.
That's right.
I'll just say this. So I've thought about this from the context that when I looked at this location, I looked at it in broader downtown. I'm one of the people that thinks that downtown is moderately underserved with convenient services and gas, convenient places to go, easy to get to. And I looked at it from the standpoint of where else would you put this? And like anybody who's supposed to be looking at use and density and the appropriateness of uses, and we had references to the comp plan earlier. I looked at that. I thought about that. There are 4 places, in my view, where it is appropriate from an infrastructure perspective to put something like this in. Classen is an obvious one. It is the only 6-lane, 2-way street we have. It is a major corridor. I would say Broadway, that would be an interesting case to hear. You have the Boulevard, which is going in and not yet finished. And frankly, 13th is probably the next logical location for it, because 13th is a corridor that goes from Classen all the way across. There's actually a bridge that takes you into the medical corridor and OU and all that. So from a location perspective, it makes perfect sense to me. I can see why, number one, OnQ wants to go here, and I can see from a zoning and support and infrastructure and city services why it's appropriate. The challenge is that this is, just as Northwest Expressway and Wilshire was, it is a faulty intersection. And as the protestants have echoed here today, it's a faulty intersection today. And one of the things that I just will never support is if we have issues with our infrastructure, I do not think that it is the responsibility of private developers to come in and fix those problems that pre-exist their use. In this case, you have someone who's willing to go in and do that. And what I always criticize developers for, both in these meetings and in the meetings when they call you beforehand and ask you what you think, is if they're not being willing partners, if they're not trying to work with the city, that they don't want their development to be a contribution, it's just about getting it done. I don't see that here. OnQ has every interest in the world to ensure that this intersection is functional, because if it's not, it's going to hurt their development. It's going to hurt their business. It just doesn't make sense. I think the intersection needs work. I think the intersection needed work before OnQ came, and I think it's really going to need work after. At least I know for sure that OnQ is going to be willing to participate in those improvements, and that's not something that I'm sure anybody else is going to be willing to do. As a developer, I wouldn't be willing to do it. So I'm frankly a little stunned by that. That part of the presentation and the extent of that is sort of, it's stunning to me. I'd be surprised if the city staff hears that more than a couple times a year. So With that, what I would say is I think there's traffic work to be done. I'm not saying that there's not, but I think we have a willing partner here who wants to do it and wants to see it done right, and they're going to make sure that's the case. And so I'm kind of here with the chorus at this point. I'm in support of the application.
My next?
Commissioner LaForge?
Right. I think I'll have two things that are additive. I won't repeat anybody else, but the first would be Mr. Priest with Sunbeam, one of the commenters who said nice things about us. I think a lot of him. I read his column in the Oklahoman and really respect what he has to say. He commented on the traffic to take our time and be slow and make sure we have information, and it was resonating, but I'll go back to what Mr. Box said, is that if we were to approve it, they would agree to TE6. All improvements included in the traffic impact study must be completed prior to certificate of occupancy, and he added, plus subject to Public Works approval. So I would not want us to be rushing through it without that, but they've agreed very clearly that they would make sure that that was a process they would make sure was satisfied. The only other thing I have, I don't mean to slow us down or complicate it too much, but Ms. Johnson had presented one of her slides was, I know she didn't prefer it to be approved, but if we were to approve it, a list of things that she would like to see. So if I had some sort of comparison to that, to the TEs, I'd like to at least consider what her list was if we were to move forward and make sure there wasn't something else that was missed that we might be amenable to. That's all I have.
Could we find that and put it back up? So if you want to go last, I guess I'll go next. This is one of those applications that is difficult in some ways because you do have an applicant that I think people generally consider to be both a good corporate citizen and the conveyor of a good product. I think most people, not everyone I note, and I'm not a connoisseur of gasoline, so I'm not sure I would know the difference. I buy mine at 7-Eleven all the time, which makes my son roll his eyes. So whether it's pure or not pure, or how much, of whatever it's got in it, I wouldn't know the difference. But I think it would be, impossible to argue that on-cues are not well maintained and clean and inviting to the extent that a gas station can be inviting. I would caution all of the commissioners to recall that we're not approving an on-cue, actually. All evidence to the contrary here. The use is going to be what it is. It'll be a gas station, even making the use units that they're asking for subject to accessory uses. We can't tie them to a particular corporate operator, I guess is my point. And I also would not take issue with the fact that downtown and midtown are kind of underutilized or underserved by a number of conveniences, possibly gas stations, among others. But I think it is very, very important that we recall that we're not talking about whether it's a good idea for there to be an on-cue in the general area somewhere. We're talking about a particular piece of property and whether this use fits on that site. And that's the part of it that I have a hard time with for a number of different reasons. One of them has to do with the traffic and those issues. I do not feel comfortable moving forward without knowing a lot more, and I told them that the very first time that we met to discuss this, about how it was going to function, how the traffic was going to work, how they were going to solve the issues that are existing there today. And while it is true that we do not have the ability or and wouldn't necessarily have the right to require any particular developer to solve those problems for us as a city, on the other hand, it is a very relevant consideration when we're looking at whether a particular use fits on a particular piece of property. And because of the issues that already exist at this site, I think it's going to be a really hard fit for this particular use to fit on this particular piece of property. Whether it will be a net plus to the neighborhood or not in terms of how it looks, I mean, they have clearly gone above and beyond in terms of landscaping and those kind of things. I have to say it is impressive that they are willing to grade the site down to street grade, to put up those giant retaining walls, and then above that, landscaping and a large buffering wall. The investment in that much alone is a definite statement of their interest in the site. And it's hard to argue with that in terms of commitment, but that doesn't necessarily solve all of the problems of this kind of a use this close to this kind of a residential area. I asked and received a list of on-queues in Oklahoma City and a separate list of those that have drive-throughs. I looked at all of them. There's not another site in the city that really is comparable to this one. I don't think it is a good comparison in a lot of ways to the Wilshire and Northwest Highway experience, if for no other reason than the fact that you're talking about property that fronts on a state highway and is backed by a 4+ lane section line road, and that any residential in the area is separated from this use by that road. So here you're talking about literally abutting right up against a long-established, older neighborhood, and it's really, really hard to mitigate those kind of intrusions of light and noise. Again, with respect to the issue of whether the SPD documents contain everything that's been promised, I don't see anything in the staff report anyway that indicates anything other than that they're going to meet the city's ordinance with respect to lighting, issues with respect to special controls and you know, above and beyond and that kind of stuff is not reflected in the documentary.
It's incorporated by, they are exhibits to the document.
Which I don't think I have. So I'm including like...
That's what we filed.
Including like a legal description. I couldn't find a legal description. So, you know, it's hard for me to approve something I haven't seen.
It's no different than any other PUD or SPUD application. I mean, they are exhibits to our... I'm a bit surprised that they weren't in your packet. I mean, they're exhibits to the SPUD.
Okay. So if there is that language, I haven't seen it, is all I'm saying. But with or without them, I don't think that there's any way to completely eliminate noise, smell, lighting, those kinds of intrusions when you're this close to a neighborhood. The one neighborhood that I think would probably come the closest in terms of being abutting to a site is the 10th and Portland site. But again, you know, you're right there adjacent to an interstate highway. The fairgrounds is there. The LSU campus is right across the street. And what used to be on that site was a, you know, derelict steakhouse. Had been there forever and ever. And so the comparison there is just not a very good one. I don't find another site that compares to this one that I can look at and say, well, here's a way that you can look at it and say this has been a net plus or it's been a positive thing. I don't know what to make of the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative question. I had been told by numerous people, including staff, that in fact that the house that was constructed there was part of a program or in keeping with or in accordance with the goals of, or whatever you want to say about that. I also had been told that, you know, contrary to the description of the neighborhood as dark and seedy and unsafe, that, and I think it was Ms. Thompson that told me this, if she's still here, that, you know, the Class and 10 Pen had become such a desirable area that nonprofits, because of these kinds of initiatives, that nonprofits such as Positively Paseo couldn't afford property there anymore. So I think developers have been looking at the area as trending upward, not downward. I'm not sure that the idea that OnQ is going to step in and somehow save the neighborhood is an accurate depiction. I do understand what Commissioner Hensley was saying about the idea that the houses are being torn down, so make it sound like they're being, taken by eminent domain. That's clearly not the case. They have been sold. The other side of that is, though, whether they're ever relocated or whether they are, in fact, torn down is not something that's part of our consideration here. We don't have any piece of that. And I would disagree that, whether or not the destruction of perfectly good housing stock in a neighborhood like this is, part of our equation. I think that's a very valid consideration. And my ward, as well as in Ward 6 and in Ward 7, it is not something that I think we take lightly to see perfectly good housing stock removed in order for a commercial expansion. Let me see what else I have to say, and then I'll be quiet. I just do not feel like that the traffic issues have been addressed here at a level that can satisfy my concerns about them. And on a site that's this sensitive, I just simply cannot sign that blank check. I cannot just not vote to approve this project and say, oh, we'll work all that out later, knowing that Public Works has not had the opportunity to sit down and work through whether any of the things that have been proposed, even in the traffic study, will in fact eventually be worked out, funded, whether they'll function or not function. I just don't think we have enough information to decide today.
So, Mr. Griffith met with me long before this process got started to present the idea of the project and ask me my thoughts, and just generally about an OnQ coming to the downtown area. And in that very first meeting, my comments to him were that I am okay with a gas station, but I felt it needed to adhere to the urban context. We had a discussion about Quick Trips and 7-Elevens and whatnot that had tried it in other localities where they front the building on the street and put the pumps behind and do other gymnastics to try to fit into a fabric of a location that might make it fit more with its context. And he said that those businesses told him that although they'd tried it before, they'd never do it again because it didn't work, didn't make them any money. And so I have to trust them at that. And so the reason I bring that up is this item reminds me a lot about, actually, I can't remember who brought up the Brahms case, but it reminds me of that case where we had Brahms coming in to talk about the high-low club location, right? And I know we were somewhat split on that item, but to me, my issue with that item was that we were bringing a suburban use onto a lot that is currently a very urban fabric. What is currently there, we would be losing. We would be going backwards in development pattern, in my opinion. I know right now we got a mostly empty lot, and so we're talking about something a little bit different. But my question is, what is the city of Oklahoma City's goal for classing? What I see is a trend towards something a little different than I think Northwest Expressway is. When I look at Catholic Charities' new building, or I look at Sunbeam's new building. To me, those don't fit on Northwest Expressway. It's a different pattern of development, a different character. And so I see something different. And I don't think it's out of the question then to ask for a different approach. So I understand that maybe it didn't work with the business model. But that was the first thing in the first discussion where I had a reservation and I had a hesitation. But that said, when we got to talking and it became obvious that this project was going to move forward, I kept an open mind and I said, let's see what the neighborhood has to say. And I have to say, actually, that I was completely surprised in the early goings of this project when I was floored by the amount of zealous support from the Class and Tenpin Neighborhood Association. I don't mean offense, but I found it a little bit bizarre because I've never seen a neighborhood support a gas station so fervently. It seemed different to me. You guys know me. I ride my bike everywhere. I'm a bike guy, so I have to echo some of Commissioner Power's thoughts on. I don't know the difference between gases. When I go, I get the cheap one. When I barely ever gas up. Yes, I do own a car, but it is rare that I drive. But to me, a gas station is a gas station, and I know everybody loves OnQ. I know they love it. It's their favorite gas station. I hear that all the time. It's my favorite gas station. It's still a gas station. And to me, trying to sell me the best gas station in the world is a little bit like trying to sell me the healthiest cigarette. And I'm not sure that, you'll have to forgive me for continuing the analogy, but I know Oklahoma City loves their cigarettes, but I think downtown we can try to do better. I think down in this area we can try to do a little bit better. And I think specifically next to single family, and this is where I've landed on my main issue. Whenever Class and Tenpin, when the neighborhood seemed to be initially in full support, I was at a point where I thought I could support it, really pending the meeting and pending the staff report, but with, really getting to really get people out and hear what I've heard most recently, digging deeper into this, once we've finally gotten the staff report, to me it's just like, I just can't imagine that anyone in this room that owns a home would not be here to protest any level of gas station going next to their house. And I get it. I get that this one up here on Wilshire might have changed your mind about the case that it was. But if that was adjacent to your house, it would have been a different story. And so for me, in order to keep my conscience clear, I think you can guess which way I'm going to have to go on this item. And at the same time, I get it. I get where everybody else is going on this one. And so I would urge that at the very least, if this moves forward with a recommendation, that my fellow commissioners would consider that we that we keep TE1. Because to me, a gas station, the main function of this can still operate without a drive-through. And I think the drive-through to me is one of the most egregious parts. I think it is the most it is the thing that most affects the nearby neighbors. To me, it would be the thing that would most affect me if I lived next door. It's open till midnight. It's too much for me. And so that's kind of what I got. Those are my thoughts.
What are the possibilities of those two homes being moved?
It's absolutely viable, and if they want them, I think he said he will donate them. He's not looking to sell them. We have the estimate to move them. If Positively Paseo wants them, or another group like that, he is willing to donate, not sell, both homes. So the viability is absolutely 100%. There's a mover that's already provided quotes. He's inspected the homes, said he can move them, so it can happen. And I don't mean to disrespect, but I do find it offensive to compare any application to a cigarette, when the cigarette is perhaps one of the most offensive, destructive things that modern society has faced. So I don't think I'd be doing my job if I didn't stand up and say, I find it a bit offensive to compare.
I don't mean to offend.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I was just going to...
I'm just thinking, a lot of joint effort, community effort, agencies working together went into preserving and maintaining those properties. If they could be saved and moved to a different location, maybe a donated location, that might satisfy a lot of concerns.
One thing I do want to say, because the drive-through keeps coming up, and based on that comment, there was a time when Brahms, you could go through the drive-through, you can get a gallon of milk. There's a Brahms near my house, or on the way home at Memorial and MacArthur Road, slightly north. You guys know where that is, hopefully. I remember my wife explicitly being upset because they stopped serving milk through the drive-through, which means when she stopped, she had to get out of the car with 2 kids and go in some other place to get it. I understand the desire to have the convenience. I don't know that I'm understanding fully why there's a lot of pushback on that element of it, especially as sunk into the site as it is, and the fact that there's not a speaker and things like that. I mean, those things need to be memorialized in the document. I'm 100% in agreement with that. But I don't understand what the issue with the drive-through is as it just as a material issue to the application.
As far as why it would be a nuisance?
As far as why, yeah, well, just your comment about being opposed to it, I just want to make sure I really understand it, because I just have a different perspective on it from the convenience side of it, and I understand why, as a business, they're doing it, because people like my wife don't like to get out of the car with 2 or 3 kids and go traipsing into places.
I'll tell you my personal feelings and why I would be against it, and I'd be happy to have the neighbors come back up and say their piece. I am amazed, especially in a state like Oklahoma, I think this is mostly prevalent, at how many people love the sound of their vehicles and love to see how loud they can be.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
The louder their car can be, the louder their vehicle can be, the cooler they are. And this happens especially in the downtown area, where they like to rev their engines, they like to gun it, they like to squeal out or whatever. And I hear it all the time, and I can imagine as somebody who's going to have a drive-through lane next to your home, it seems like you're not going to get away from it. I don't know how you wouldn't have that happen.
I would like staff to kind of go through, as our summary, I guess, of the recommendation on this application is for denial. And so I would like a summary of why that is, please.
We tried to kind of summarize the different points in the staff report under the plan conformance considerations. When we evaluate a site against our comprehensive plan, some of the triggers that tell us whether a use that is considered an incompatible use to an adjacent neighbor can be mitigated through different types of design remedies. And so we carefully evaluated whether or not we felt that the incompatibility of the intensity of a commercial use like this with the proximity as close as it is and surrounded by residential development could potentially be mitigated through design. And there are certain things that this applicant has proposed with the wall and the landscaping and those types of things. Still, the proximity exists in such a close setback to residential, that we were concerned that that separation might not be enough to really help with noise, light, those types of things that a lot of the residents had fear could encroach on their neighborhood and the quiet solitude of their neighborhood. Really, our primary focus was looking at intensity to a lower intensity use, the traffic and circulation patterns, and the effect that it had. At the time that we wrote this recommendation, we did not have any information about traffic impact study or the proposed solutions to that. When David, you made the look. When we wrote our staff conformance recommendation, we did not have that information in front of us. So we did not understand how Western, as it's planned today and as it functions today, could still involve pedestrian connectivity, bicycle connectivity, the improvements that we would make with the city, and dedicated turn lanes or whatever else that we didn't know at the time that the developer was going to propose to fund. So some of the mitigation proposals that have come out of the discussion today could be considered. I still think that we have the screen up to consider some of those other factors in terms of like the height of the wall and those types of things. So what I would implore you to do is to think about one of the most intense uses in terms of traffic, light, odor, in proximity to a residential area in this location. Can it be mitigated adequately or not? And at the time, with the information that we had available to us, we doubted that the traffic concerns and the intensity of use could adequately be mitigated.
If I may, since I asked for it to come up and you just mentioned it, so if I follow it, 2 through 7 are at least similar to what was in the staff recommendation. If I could real quickly hit the other two, number 8, which is a simple one. I don't know if it's what do you guys think about 8? That one, can it be added?
So the code doesn't allow 10-foot fences. Right? A 10-foot fence is not allowed per code.
It used to prove 12, didn't it?
Can be.
Maximum allowed by code is 10 feet, but this being a spud, it could go higher.
We can do a 10-foot.
Okay. And then the more complicated one is number 1, I guess, is the one that's in addition. So if I'm following that, they put in bold, you actually want them to decrease their footprint to actually keep those homes. Okay. Right. Right.
That's huge. Is those new homes and not having.
Right. I see them saying they cannot agree to that one. I figured that was the tough one. Number 8 was the easy one, but they don't agree.
I don't think number 6 is not one of the TEs, but we do agree to it.
Well, it's different. It's the staff's number 4 is to keep it open.
Right.
If closed, alternate access must be provided. So it's different.
It's different, but we agreed to her, so we could add that TE.
Okay.
We could add her number 8.
So you had said no to number 4 on the staff, but you would say yes to her number 6 in replacement. Okay.
I'm sorry, what is it we're agreeing to repave the alley?
Refers to the alley going through the Spud
No,
site.
we agreed to repave the alley from the balance of the alley left.
Right.
That hasn't been repaved. So to run through the TEs in the staff report, we agree to number 2 insofar as we agree to eliminate the illumination component of the west-facing wall sign. We agree to number 6 with the added comment about per Public Works approval. We agree to her number 6.
With qualification.
West of our site. And we agree to her number 8.
I would also, I neglected to mention earlier that something I thought about a lot was with it not fitting the flavor of our neighborhood. Obviously, I don't want y'all to approve it. If you do, I would like to add to the list retrofitting the gas station to kind of look like it fits the neighborhood. Because like Sunbeam has gone, their building design kind of shouts out to Frank Lloyd Wright, Catholic Charities, like they all built their buildings to look like they fit with the neighborhood. On Q, as it stands right now, your general like buildings and the way they all look, I don't feel like it fits with the neighborhood. And that's something I would like to see if we are going to move forward with this, despite us not wanting it at all. But that's something I'd like to see. I'd like to see something that looks like it fits the neighborhood. So what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure what that means. I mean, it's subjective. There's brick, there's homes with siding. That's a purely subjective viewpoint of what something looks like and what the flavor of the neighborhood is. So I don't know how I could legally agree to we'll match the flavor. I mean, it's not a defined, to my knowledge. I don't know what we'd be agreeing to.
I mean, we could get with you on that more. I guess I could have put photos in or something, but I mean that this is a very much a new building that looks new, and it looks like a gas station. I don't know if y'all been to the Shell station downtown, but the Shell, like their sign, they made it look kind of old school and vintage. It's a brick building. It's got like really nice awnings that look like they fit the area, like the historical kind of feel of the neighborhood. And that's what I'm talking about, like just having an appearance that looks. And I think I talked about that with Scott a little bit too, and he told me to email him about it. I never did, sorry. But I mean, I would like to see something that looks like not your typical on cue. What I'm saying, bottom line, I don't care what it ends up looking like with what I'm saying. I mean that if you just stick the on cue in there the way they always look everywhere else, I don't think it fits, and I wouldn't want to see it. So if we approve it, I'm saying, can we rethink your design a little bit?
So one of the things, I guess, that I would like an answer to is what happens if the approval is subject to a TE that says all improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed prior to a certificate of occupancy subject to approval by Public Works? Is that the language you're suggesting?
Yes, and we've done that before in other cases.
And so what happens if it doesn't get approved by Public Works? What happens then?
If what doesn't get approved?
The
contemplated
improvements included in the associated traffic impact study.
Well, I'm not sure. We don't have any reason to believe that they won't be, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll defer to staff on that.
Okay. I mean, I think if we're going to approve it subject to a TE, it has to mean something.
I mean, I guess what it means is that we'd have problems with the CO. I mean, it strikes me, and Dan's nodding his head, that we'll have to get Public Works approval to get a CO.
But so approval of what, though, is the question. I mean, we're not looking at something that we know this is what we're agreeing to, this is what we're approving, and by the way, Public Works will also have to sign off on it. We're leaving it just in a sort of, we'll work it out somehow, maybe like this, maybe like something else. It'll have to work out somehow, kind of.
We don't get our CO is how it works out.
But my point is that we don't know how it's going to work out. We, sitting here today, don't know how it's going to work out.
I think at minimum it'll be what we propose, and perhaps, as several neighbors mentioned, that little slip lane. I mean, perhaps something happens with that. But at a minimum, I think it requires the improvements suggested plus perhaps others. But I think the improvements suggested would be some sort of trigger for the CO.
It really needs to be worked out prior to building permit rather than tied to the CO.
May I ask for clarification on number 1? Did we agree to that?
For number 1? No, we can't. It won't fit. We can't keep those houses. I mean, what she's asking is to reduce our site and keep those houses. Rather, as a means to accommodate, we're going to donate those houses. But we can't agree to reduce our site and keep those houses.
Could we agree to relocate those houses?
Sure. We're actively trying to do that.
We're not making that part of the SPUD, though, are we?
I mean, I don't know how we could. We'd have to have a willing taker.
My point is that that's not part of what we're approving here today.
But we're actively working with the
We don't have the ability to do
groups.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Then,
I don't feel equipped to make a recommendation here because I don't think my recommendation would get anywhere.
Well, you can,
don't let it stop you.
if you want to make a recommendation, we'll vote on your recommendation, and then there may be another recommendation. So, I mean, I don't want to, my point being here is if you've got a recommendation to make, and you want to make it for your own benefit or for the record, that's your choice.
Well, I'd like to make a recommendation to City Council for denial of the application.
I got a second?
I'll second it so we can vote. I mean, we'll just sit here all night. I mean,
It's going to fail for there to be a second, so there will be make another motion anyway. Not a second,
so it fails with,
It would
for lack of a
die
second.
for lack of a second,
Then
yes,
I'll
that's right.
withdraw my second, because I don't agree with you.
So I'll count to 10, and if I don't get a second,
No, I
it will
would-
die.
My question is, to the others, is if my plea to those who are in favor of this for TE1 went anywhere. Is there any hope that we can agree that the drive-through is egregious in this location?
I just don't see what it fundamentally alters about the application. It's not going to cut down any more traffic. There's not a speaker. It's recessed behind a 10-foot wall and a 10-foot drop behind 2 dumpster enclosures with 3 layers of landscaping between it. I just don't see that it fundamentally alters anything, that it makes sense to force that on them. There's not a gain there. If I really thought that there would be a gain from that would do something for the neighborhood this development isn't already going to affect, I would support that. But I can't because I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Historically, I've always been sensitive to speakers close to residential
This speaker
areas.
would be a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, Sonic, car dealerships, any of those uses where they use speakers, I'm very sensitive to those. I think this sans speaker, sans other, I get your point about vehicle noise, but
Can I ask a point of clarification for my notes, too? Is, David, were the hours of operation for the drive-through also included in the HUD, or is that needing to be added as another TE?
Yeah, so we can add another TE 6 a.m. to midnight.
And no
So what?
speaker box, just in
For the
case.
drive-through.
is what, 6 to midnight?
Yes, sir.
And the use unit's accessory to the gas station.
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
And repave the alley west of Klein. Those are the 3 additions I find.
I will say, midnight is late.
West to Klein.
I will say, midnight is a bit late, especially hard up against the residential. I mean, I think there's a mid-ground. I'm not talking about 7 p.m. I think it's more, I'm saying
11?
10-ish.
11?
I'm thinking 10-ish.
His concern is there are people that work restaurants, et cetera, and 10 p.m. doesn't get them there. I think with the extra 2 feet, now we're 20 feet essentially from the top of a wall and set back. I don't think the impact will be there. We prefer 11.
Anybody got a hard preference?
No
Okay.
drive-through, that'd be my preference.
So what was that, 7 to 11? 6 to 11?
Okay, so just to be really clear, the TEs that we have that we are agreeing to are the illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sign will be eliminated. The illumination on the west-facing wall sig All improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed prior to building permit, subject to approval by Public Works. No speaker box for the drive-through and hours of limitation, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. The use units listed as allowed are all accessory to a gas station use. And the alley will be repaved from the edge of the site west to Klein.
Not to Klein, to where it has already been repaved by the developer from 13th and Klein. There's a stretch of brand-new pavement. So the stretch from Klein to our site that has not been recently repaved will be repaved pursuant to Public Works standards.
Okay.
Plus, the last one is increased to 10-foot wall.
Yes.
What was that, Briscoe? I'm sorry?
Plus increase to a 10-foot wall. That was the last one I had.
Oh, yes, increased 10-foot wall.
And could I just throw this out there, too, for your consideration on the wording of the TE about the traffic improvements? I would hate to see anybody get locked in by a word such as all improvements included must be. So if there's something that Public Works and the client need to do that removes something or adds something, I think it should be more flexible to say that it needs to be agreed upon.
So it could be all improvements included in the traffic study or improvements from Public Works.
Alternative solutions must be agreed upon.
No matter what, they all must be approved by Public Works.
Right. God, that's so squishy. Well, yeah, it gets back to the original point.
We don't know what it's going to be, and the public has no input, and there's no process where they have a way to review that and speak to it. Okay. That just seems so antithetical to the whole reason why these people are here to participate in this process. I mean, you know, we're making a decision that incorporates like the biggest piece of this puzzle for most of them, the traffic, and we're just going to leave it to work out later, which was where we started today.
Well, I mean, we're going to have the opportunity to meet again as many times as necessary between now and City Council. So it won't just be left hanging. We'll have some bit of resolution once we are able to get to City Council.
Maybe for some people here and or staff, but not necessarily for the neighbors.
Well, we commit that we will make sure that we get back in front of the neighbors.
I don't know that it's left I mean, we have a commitment to the improvements set out in the traffic study. All improvements set out in the traffic study are a part of the application.
And I can even list what they are.
Unless Public Works wants something different.
Unless Public Works wants something different. I mean, we talk about decel lanes and things like that. We want an 85-foot decel lane, and we agree. It seems to me at times in other circumstances where we have similar situations, Public Works may change what that is that ultimately gets put on the ground. I can't say for sure, but I've got a feeling that that happens at some point, that once again, your clients,
occasionally,
things change regardless of what gets agreed and what actually ultimately gets done. It has a tendency to have variances at the margins generally, but I'm not going to say we don't have a commitment for one, improvement, and two, an idea about what those improvements ought to be. In this case, typically, a lot of cases we don't, but in this one, I think we have a minimum, we have a floor, if you will, for the commitment for the traffic.
Okay.
And I agree with.
Can I ask our clerk to read back to us then? Is that something we can do right here and now, what the agreements are, what the TEs are that we have? Oh, okay, you do that. Just one more time. I want to be sure we are all on the same page here.
Okay, the TEs that are left will be the illuminated west-facing wall signs must be non-illuminated. The TE6 would be improvements included in the associated traffic impact study must be completed prior to building permit, subject to Public Works approval.
But or. There needs to be an or in there.
Or
as the director.
Right. Drive-through, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., no outdoor speakers. The alley will be paved from the west property line west to where it's existing paving. All uses will be accessory to the operation of a convenience store, gas station, and increase the height of the fence to 10 feet.
Yes.
And TE1 is
It's a
being
wall,
eliminated.
but okay.
The remainder of the TEs are eliminated. I just get
Is that consistent with what you have?
So 3, 4, 5, and then the modified. Right?
1, 3, 4, and 5 are deleted.
So for purposes of the motion, it could just be as amended instead of having.
Yeah, now that we've got them. Okay, I'm still
Okay.
waiting on a motion.
I'll move it. As read. Move approval, recommend approval, City Council, item number 24, as amended and as set out by JJ. Which second eliminates TEs 3, 4, and 5, amends and 1. Right?
I'll try to repeat it.
I'm not going to repeat it.
They already said it.
That's right.
They got it.
We got it. It's good enough.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve item number 24, subject to the TEs as amended. Would you cast your votes, please? And
That's how I thought
it's
it would
approved.
go.
The last item on the agenda is the accompanying closed easement application.
Let's give people just a minute.
Want to do this one?
I don't
We're
think
gonna
they care that much about the alley.
Madam Chair, so sorry, I'm going to have to excuse myself.
No, you may not go.
Can I put this on real quick? This is just the alley associated with this application. Commissioner Cravens, could just, 1 sec, this is the alley companion item, the alley associated with the application. I won't say a word.
We have another item, too. I lost my microphone. We have another item, too, that we moved to the end of the docket.
You can slip out before we do that one. Yeah.
Okay, do we vote on 25?
We are going to.
Okay.
So you're not going to make any presentation?
No, this is the alley closure associated with the application you just
Is
heard.
there anybody who wants to be heard on item number 25? If not, I'll take a
to
motion.
approve item number 25.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 25. Cast your votes, please.
Thank you.
It is approved.
And we circle back around to item 20?
Yes.
For SPUD 1102.
We heard from the applicant, and he's requested deferral to February 14th.
Oh, we have, okay.
Thanks, JJ.
So we're going to just continue that item. Do we have to vote on that?
Make a motion to continue item number 20.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue item number 20. Would you cast your votes, please? It is continued. Last little bit of stuff here.
Here. Did I not pass them around? What, I kept them all?
Commissioners, we're not quite done. Planning Commission committees, Planning Commission members. I wanted to apprise you all that Aubrey celebrated her 19th anniversary as an employee of the City of Oklahoma City this week. And I think we're so lucky to have her, so I just wanted to congratulate her on that milestone.
Thank you. I was about 11 when I started working at the city.
I understand. It's one of those pilot programs. Planning Department.
I just wanted to remind everybody of the commission and committee training on January 25th at the Central Maintenance Facility at 15th and Portland. I really hope that everybody can come. It's always been a very valuable thing so that people tell us, and we believe it is.
What time does that start?
Early.
7:30.
7:30, bright and early.
Man.
Also wanted to update you that our RFP For our code update process closed yesterday, we received 5 proposals. Our selection committee will meet on January 28th to decide who to shortlist, and then we will hold interviews in February. So we are moving ahead.
Selection committee is when, I'm sorry?
January 28th.
Okay. Development services.
Who's on the selection committee?
We are mandated to have certain, is that the right date, Sarah? Pardon?
Ah, okay. It's secret.
Oh, when it is? No, I was just going to say, we are mandated to have certain positions within city departments comprise a selection committee so that it has a very well-rounded perspective from planning, finance, public works, different city departments, and we can invite others to participate on that.
Okay. We don't keep secrets. This is all public information, I think. Development services. Municipal counselor. You've really... Citizens to be heard. I don't see anybody left. Other business, adjournment.
Is the city staff going to get overtime pay for today?
No.
I thought I read about that in the paper recently.
Yeah. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion. Second.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.